You're about to watch another exciting episode of the Dungeon Run, but did you know that you can actually be part of the adventure? Tune in live on Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and you can make your voice heard and help determine the fate of our adventurers. Hope to see you there.
Greetings and welcome to The Dungeon Run, a live tabletop role-playing game where your interactions help tell the tale. I am Lord Arrabann, the Keeper of Secrets, and I have brought these adventurers together and set them on an epic quest to decide the fate of the world. When they found my amulet, it gave them the key to unlock the mysteries of Ain and allowed them to communicate with you, the Watchers of the Time Stream. Now you have the power to help or hinder them as you see fit. If this is your first episode, fear not. Our Dungeon Master will catch you up on everything you need to know to jump right in. And you can always watch past episodes by visiting our YouTube or listen to the audio version by searching for The Dungeon Run wherever you get fine podcasts. The Dungeon Run is made possible through the generous support of our patrons. Bonus shows, special content, and more is available when you become a supporter at patreon.com/thedungeonrun. And join the incredible Dungeon Run community by visiting the official, unofficial Discord at thedungeon.run/discord. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really does make a difference. But now, sit back, relax, enter the world of Ain, and let the dice roll!
Welcome, patrons. Woo. Thank you for being here for episode 112 of the Dungeon Run.
Wow.
If this is your first episode, you don't have to worry. I'm going to give you a recap very shortly so you know what's going on in our story and you can jump right in here. It's a pretty big night. This is a big one. Jessica, why are you here?
Oh, that was going to be my joke. That was going to be my joke.
Look, we said Fahima Tig is dead. I dressed for my own funeral.
I love it. No, I love that. You. By the way, you look gorgeous as usual. But I love the theme of the post-life attire. And I love that you want to hang out with us and continue to be here amongst the cast. You will always be one of us. I did, however, wear this shirt, and I feel like it's an opportunity to make a new one.
Oh, come on!
Yeah, just fold over the James up and over the Fahima. Just pin it like that.
Turn it in.
Cut out a little cutout there, a little peekaboo.
Or just let us see
a little
that
window
chest.
Makes it a little more, a little,
so it says
more scandalous.
Civ, nipples, James. Okay.
I see no one else dressed for my funeral, only Jeff.
I wore red for you, Fahima.
I have a skull
No
on
one
my
else
shirt.
believes it
And
but
the
us,
neck
Jessica.
scarf.
I wore
There's no body. If there's no body, there's no crime.
Okay, that makes you sound guilty.
Spoken like a true rogue.
All right, I'm not. If anybody joined me on the live story on Instagram earlier, we're not telling Jared what I said. He doesn't deserve to know anymore.
We are maybe perhaps getting a little ahead of ourselves, but I think all of us are excited to see what happens tonight. Thank you for being here. A few things we want to mention. The first, as I said, we are made possible because of the generous support of our patrons at patreon.com/thedungeonrun. If you are not one of them, please head over there. Give it a perusal. There's lots of really cool perks that you can get for a lot of different levels of support, including an entire bonus show called The Dungeon Cooldown. This week, Jessica and I were on that show, and it was a secret show. None of the other cast got to see it. It was pretty fun.
How'd it go? What'd you talk about?
Mostly Elden Ring?
Oh, yeah, okay. That tracks.
Yeah, pretty much just talked about Elden Ring.
Good, I didn't want spoilers for that, so glad I didn't watch.
Yeah, if you haven't played it, don't even bother watching. It's so boring.
It was super fun, but there's lots of really great cast secrets. If you haven't read Jessica's cast secret about Fahima, it is beautiful and just so well written.
Thank you.
Morgan just did an awesome 45-minute long cast secret that I really loved. It's basically him working through the machinations of the story, which is so cool to see.
I didn't have a full like red string conspiracy board, but I basically created one with my mind.
Yeah, it's great. It's good fun. And there's so many other things. There's so much more that you can do over on the Patreon. So please check that out. We also, if you're interested, have merchandising.
Whoop, whoop.
Ron,
Yeah.
I pitched a new shirt idea just now.
You did.
What do you think?
did. I'm going to take that into account. I like it. I also hate it. So,
Civ,
you
Jeff's
know,
nipple.
weigh those options.
I'll take
We have some more merch coming in the next week, including a preview of some pint glasses.
What?
Adding some
Ooh.
pint glasses to the
Yes.
merch store.
I like
As
that.
always, there's
They come
new
in
stuff
pints
being
now.
dropped. We come in full pints now. So always
You
keep
do
a lookout.
half pint glasses for Liz.
Oh, that would be great.
Alright,
Shot
listen.
glass for Lily.
Shot glasses.
That's such a great
Here,
idea.
That's
See,
cute.
put me on the spot.
Say
Put me
bingle
on
and
the
bang
spot.
it
Well,
on
it's just
it.
an idea. As
Correct.
Jeff pitched a shirt idea, I just was feeling
That's true. That's
the
true.
creative
Fair enough.
juices were
Fair enough.
flowing.
Shirts I can do. Shot glasses, I don't know. I'll
Guys-
try. I'll look. We'll
Guys,
see.
you're aware
We'll try
that the
to figure it
show
out.
is happening right now, right?
This is a brainstorming session.
This turns into a meeting.
I don't know. Jeff said he wasn't prepared for anything, so I think we're just stalling.
That's right.
Is this helpful, Jeff? Is this helpful?
Yeah, this is good. This is good. I'm working on the show right now.
I need a hat and a cane. I could do a little.
Get it?
Oh, I thought you were saying we were adding a hat and a cane to the merch store. I was like, okay,
I'm into it.
cool.
Cool
Ron just
game.
have a hat and a cane right off camera for
I
that
had a
joke.
hat. I didn't have a cane. I had a
Okay.
hat.
A dungeon run cane would be pretty dope.
Pretty dope.
What else? What am I forgetting? What else is there?
Let's see. There's sweet Twitch stuff. I was laughing earlier, by the way, because I gifted some subs right before the show started, and one of my subs went to Jessica Lynn Parsons.
No way.
That's
Because it
funny.
randomized
Aw.
it, and I was like, "Oh, that feels silly. Sorry."
Oh,
I appreciate
well,
the subs.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey,
Which-
hey, if
which
you
of
are
my
watching
accounts did it
on
go to?
Twitch right now at twitch.tv/thedungeonrun, we're live Wednesday nights, 6 p.m. Pacific time. You can support the show in real time with a number of purchasables, including advantage and disadvantage for our heroes or myself, and the tug of war, which happens every episode between Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil. Those are accomplished by purchasing either balloons of the gold or purple variety, depending on which team you're supporting, and the potatoes, either the golden potato or the purple yam, which support the two teams. And at the end of every episode, whichever team wins the tug of war unlocks a card for their team in the following episode. Last week, the tug of war, it was a close one. It was 55% to
It was quite a battle.
45%. And actually, we just got a potato. City Racing Girl gave us a golden potato. Thank you,
Nice.
City
Thank
Racing
you.
Girl. Amazing. So yeah, those contribute to the tug of war. We got a Team Force of Good card unlocked this week, and I will reveal what that is now. These cards actually are submitted by you, or people like you, right over there on our website, which is thedungeonrun.tv.
What do I do while I'm asleep?
Yeah. And this one was submitted by Jim Witted. Jim Witted.
Hey.
I love this one. It's a little long, but I like it very, very much. It is called Together Forever. And it goes like this. By the way, I didn't embellish any of this. This is all written by Jim Witted. You hear a bell jingle, an echo of the past, a flash of red curls, amber eyes, round black glasses. You remember Fahima Tig walking through the front door of the Gentle Oak Inn in Kippleturn. Your second meeting since the simple dungeon run in the abandoned dragon's lair, and the first meeting to discuss the mysterious relic that would bind your fates together forever. Lily, you remember cautioning Fahima to pace herself as she boldly chugged a glass of mead, only to splutter and cough, suddenly sporting an orc mustache, foam on her lip. James, you remember Fahima excitedly sharing that she studied all night to learn a new spell to stop any of you from falling. Uggo, you remember Fahima suggesting you sit down with a book together sometime, beginning your journey to read. Civ, you remember Fahima was quick to question where you found your new bow, concerned for who may have left it lying around. During one ability check, attack, or saving throw during this session, each of you may choose to call on those memories to add Fahima's relevant ability modifier to your total roll. You can choose to enact this after you have made the roll, but before Jeff determines if it was a success or fail. For example, if you make a history check and are unhappy with the result, you may choose to add Fahima's history modifier on top of your already modified result to boost it even higher.
Wow.
Nice.
Hey, those intelligence checks.
That's very.
And you said ability, attack, and what was the other thing?
And saving throw.
Saving throw.
Yeah, ability check, attack, or saving throw. And it ends with you feel Fahima's warm palm in yours as you continue this adventure together forever.
I don't like you, Jim Whitten.
I thought that was beautiful.
That was beautiful, Jim.
Thank you, Jim Whitten. A appropriate tribute. Okay, speaking of which, Jessica,
Wait,
tell me what's going on.
before we go to Jessica, can I say one thing?
Yeah.
We heard through the grapevine that you all in chat have been very, very, very sweet about avoiding spoilers for the cast. But we just want to do a quick announcement that we are in the chat sometimes before the show. We pop in intermission and after the show, but we definitely get out of the chat during the show to avoid spoilers. So please, amongst yourself, spoilers that you would normally say, I mean, within limit of spoilers, but don't worry about the cast. We're not reading chat during the show. That would be so distracting.
Means mods, we are definitely relying on you.
Yes.
There's a few of you who do a lot of work, and we really appreciate you. So thank you.
Thank you.
keeping
We just
up
wanted to
on
let you
that
know.
for us.
Feel free, chat it
Yeah.
up. But thank you for being so considerate and trying to protect us.
Although the only way you would know that is if you were in chat.
Well, we heard it
We
from.
hear things.
We heard it from. I don't remember who,
Spouses,
but someone's
right?
spouse
Spicy
mentioned
spouses.
that
Yeah.
was
Yes.
a thing. So
Yeah.
yeah,
I don't have a
some
spouse.
You
spouses,
said.
some spouses.
I don't know where that came from, Ron.
They're
It
just
came
the
out of me.
communal dungeon run spouses at this
The-
point.
That's the new merch, Ron. Spicy spouses.
I mean, I'll check
why
that
I
with
got me,
Crystal.
but I
I
did.
think she'll be
Wow.
fine with that.
I think Crystal was the one who told us. So
Hey, that's
anyway,
good.
It was-
yeah.
Spicy
Sorry,
stuff.
Jeff. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted
No, that was good. And a good note. Okay, Jessica, what's up?
Yeah, so lots of support in chat. So far, not chat, I should say. We just said we're not going to be in chat. This is a separate activity feed that I get from the dashboard. Anyways, so all the things I saw in chat. We have a hype train that started, I think before the stream even began, so that's amazing. Lots of people resubbing with their Prime subscription. Thank you so much for choosing us to subscribe to with your free subscription. We have a big cheer from Fallstar. A Jar Full of Bees gave out a community gift sub. Morgan Peter Brown, there he is, giving out 5 community gift subs. Fallstar gifted a gift sub. That's Wildman with 5 community gift subs. Whoa! CK what? With 10 community gift subs. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The Carson with a cheer, Fallstar with a big cheer, Numera with a cheer, Fallstar with another cheer, Newbie New 7 with a big cheer as well. Thank you. Kitty Scridges with a huge cheer, Sea King with a gift sub. Gamer Realm gave out 2 gift subs. Kitty Scridges with 5 gift subs. Numera with 5 gift subs. Fallstar with another huge cheer. A level 5 hype train. Witch Space coming in with those 10 community gift subs. Thank you so much. A Jar Full of Bees with a big cheer. Fallstar, yet again, another cheer. Numera with a cheer. Gord the Rogue with a gift sub. Holy crap, this is a lot of stuff here. Thank you.
I want to
so
hear
much
Jessica
for all
do a
of the
horse
support.
race.
Oh, and one more at the last minute. We got Vosh Voyager with 5
Yay.
community gift subs. Thank you.
Gosh.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we have one more thing we need to do before we light the torch.
What's that?
There's one more person I need to talk to.
Greetings, Jeffrey.
Lord A, you're here. I was hoping you'd take my call. I appreciate you being here.
Wait, is he in Denver right now?
No, he's
Los Angeles. Is that Jared? Gee, Merry Christmas.
Yeah. You miss me? You miss me, big guy?
Yes, of course.
bet.
To what do I owe this delightful yet thoroughly unexpected call?
thanks for coming to the dungeon run door. Or whatever. First of all, buddy,
Yeah.
I've missed you. I know you intro all of our episodes, but it's really nice being able to chat. I miss our chats.
Jeffrey, I couldn't agree with you because I chat with you every day. I mean, granted, I'm in your head, but
Well, yeah, that's true.
I understand, and I feel the same way about you, Jeffrey.
Well, to
But
that
what is
end,
it? You have something to tell me. I know.
yes,
Go.
yes. To that end, speaking of being in my head, I don't know if you're aware of this, but
Don't tell me.
you are a character in our story.
Yes.
And yeah,
You want me?
and tonight, Lord Arrabann is making an appearance in the context of
I
the story.
knew it. All right, listen. I'm not dressed. How are we gonna do this? When do I? The show is on now.
Well, so that's why I wanted to talk to you. You are not playing you.
Oh, Jeffrey. No, Jeffrey. What do you mean I'm not playing me? Who is playing me? Please tell me it's not Jared.
No, it's definitely not Jared.
You wish. You wish.
Here's the thing. I am gonna have to play you tonight, Lord A, because there's a lot of stuff that you need to tell our adventurers, and all of that stuff comes out of my head, and so it's hard to put it in your head. So I there's no universe
I understand,
in which
Jeffrey. Please listen. At first, I was very disappointed, but as I heard you say to me that you, Mr. Jeffrey Canotta, are going to play me, Lord Arrabann. You hear that, Milo? You thought you were the only one? Absolutely, Jeffrey. I could not be more honored. Honored, absolutely. And listen, if you're going to do it, it's going to be perfect. At least it must be. So let me hear you do a little bit. Give me a run through. Come on. Give me a run through. One more time. I didn't really hear it because I was...
One more time.
All right. Okay.
No one can do your voice, Lord A. That's the problem.
No one is supposed to do my voice, Jeffrey. Except
Greetings.
for you. I love it.
Trying.
I love it.
I'm going to try to do your voice, Lord Araban, but it's going to be bad.
It's perfect. It's as if you have a little accent. It's great. I love it. I love
Have
it,
you,
Jeffrey.
have you heard his Milo over there, Dan?
That's exactly how Milo sounds. I don't know what you
I
mean.
had to
Jared.
turn off the show when watching that portion. But that was a different story. Listen, Jeffrey, I love it. I'm so excited, and I cannot wait to see what happens.
I'm delighted to have your blessing, Lord Araban. I would never want to do a bad impression of you without your blessing. So
Not at all,
thank you for
Jeffrey. I
being
will be
here.
watching, and I will ensure that it is not a bad interpretation. Okay.
Okay, so I have one more request.
Yes?
Lord A. Can we I've been saying light the torch as a way to start the show officially, but can we please just have a be ever vigilant and let the dice roll for me?
Be ever vigilant. And let the dice roll!
Yes! Oh, it feels so good.
It started as a simple dungeon run, but it has become a story of sacrifice, of heroes giving up that which is most precious to them for the greater good. But the greater good is not always clear, and a hero's decisions are never easy. And now, one of the heroes of Bingle is dead. And an act of sacrifice in the lair of Lord Arrabann, the Keeper of Secrets. A mysterious figure who 300 years ago helped wipe the memories of every living person on the planet. For during that time, a period known as the Ariat Age, a single blue elf made a discovery that would put all of Ain in peril. Onivrius the Keen created the Urn of Invention, an item that could convert raw energy, life force, into any idea imaginable. With it, Onivrius manifested countless wonders, ushering in an era of progress and prosperity. But eventually, he became greedy and vain. A creator of boundless potential, he no longer thought himself a mere mortal. In his zeal to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods, he would stop at nothing. He threw Ain into a devastating war and single-handedly wiped out his people, cursing the surviving blue elves to subterranean servitude as the Drow. To stop him, the champions of the Ariat Age were forced to make their own difficult decisions and their own sacrifices. They killed the mightiest dragon of all time, the Chrono Dragon, Nonezeron, betraying an alliance that had been the very foundation of the ruling empire of the Dragonborn. Feeding the life force of the Chrono Dragon into their own Urn of Invention, the champions were able to forge a weapon capable of defeating Onivrius the Omnipotent. From the dragon's heart, they created the Godslayer blade, and from his eyes, 2 amulets, one to gaze forward in time, and the other to look back. They gave the latter to the Keeper of Secrets, Lord Arrabann, and asked him to use his intellect devourers to make the world forget, to wipe the minds of everyone alive and erase all the knowledge that might lead to the creation of another Urn of Invention in the future. But even with these drastic measures, they knew the inevitable march of progress would eventually lead back to the urn. By peering into her amulet, the Queen of the Dragonborn could see that in 300 years, the most advanced thinkers would discover what they needed to create the urn anew and put the world in danger once again. So, they instituted a ubiquitous worldwide surveillance program, the Wardens. The 5 champions of the Ariat Age sacrificed their lives to become towering 100-foot-tall guardians, powerful elemental beings infused with the energy of Onivrius's godhood. Each a fifth of a god, these wardens could maintain the peace and wait until the day they needed to repeat the process, destroying knowledge and progress once again and throwing the world back into blissful ignorance. At the dawn of the 300th year, new minds did indeed reach the point of knowledge and progress that had been foreseen. Ain's best and brightest began to piece together the steps required to forge an urn, and they were angry. A spellcaster known as the Ashen Mage galvanized these overachievers into a cabal, and together they attacked the Wardens. One by one, the cabal captured the Guardians and held them prisoner, extracting the fragments of godhood that had been used to create them. By chance or serendipity, the 5 strangers who would come to be known as the Heroes of Bingle stumbled upon the Secret Keeper's amulet, the powerful relic that could peer into the past. It alone could unlock the hidden memories of the Wardens, revealing the actions of the champions of the Ariat Age that had been erased from history. So, the Heroes of Bingle set out to find and free the Wardens, battling the Cabal to witness visions of the past kept secret for 300 years. Along the way, they were tested and shown the meaning of sacrifice. Lily saw the sacrifice of her friends and family as they refused to flee their island home under attack by the Ashen Mage's forces. Time-traveling 22 years into the past, they all witnessed the sacrifice of a mother for her son, a dragonborn princess hunted by her own sister who turned herself to stone so her illegitimate child could escape and grow to become one of the Ashen Mage's cabal. At the top of the volcano known as Sky Scorcher Peak, Civ watched the sacrifice of his first love, the tiefling rogue named Vic, who ended her own life by smashing the Ashen Mage's urn of invention and unleashing a terrible force into the world. The shockwave that emitted from the urn tore across the realms, causing countless demons to appear in its wake. Uggo was forced to sacrifice his own brother and his connection to his barbarian ancestors to break his people's connection to those dark demons. But James was not so lucky. He continues to transform into a demon himself, sacrificing his own humanity to his warlock patron after refusing to acquiesce to its shadowy demands. And now, Fahima, the ultimate sacrifice. The team has been on the trail of her father, Conroy Tighe, for weeks. They knew he searched for the Quake Warden somewhere in Western Ain. A map, drawn from his own recollections, led them to a remote region in the northwest called Orms. There, they found the Quake Warden in self-imposed exile, buried deep under a mountain of rock and stone. Waking the Warden from its repose, they told it that the Inferno Warden had been vanquished, felled with the Godslayer blade by a demon lord in the sky above Turles. Though the Quake Warden had no memory of its former life as the Dragonborn champion of the Ariad Age, it had learned much about who it had been from the Cyclone Warden, the only warden who had rejected Lord Arrabann's memory wipe. The Cyclone Warden had once been the blue elf Mirisis Blue, wife of Onivrius the Keen, and the woman who used the Godslayer blade to strike down Onivrius the Omnipotent. Mirisis had given birth in secret to a child named Osira. Osira was given to the winged Aarakocra as a newborn and whisked away to the mountains of Pash. But even as she was being transformed into the Cyclone Warden, Mirisis refused to forget her, a torment that the Quake Warden believes drove the Cyclone Warden to seek solace beyond the void. The pieces were coming together. The full responsibility that lay before the heroes of Bingle was beginning to take shape. All paths pointed them to the same place, the sanctuary of the Keeper of Secrets. Inside the royal palace of the Shazengao Empire, a portal to Lord Arrabann's lair remained locked away. Using their knowledge of the Dragonborn princess's actions 22 years ago, the team persuaded the ruler of the Shazengao to give them access to the portal. As they stepped through, they were greeted by Lord Arrabann's smelly little henchman, Milo, who told them they must first pass a trial to earn an audience with his master. To find out more, one of them had to enter the secret room. The team selected Fahima, but when she returned, she seemed shaken. Try as they might, none of her teammates could ferret out a reason for her consternation. The trial began, and the heroes of Bingle were transported onto a mysterious battlefield, facing a gargantuan beholder whose many tentacled eyes blazed with a multitude of hazardous beams. The fight was on. Civ and Uggo rushed forward at the hideous monster. James was restrained by its telekinesis, and Lily blasted its eye stalks with a thunderous shattering. But Fahima, with nary a word, ended the battle rightly before it began. Stepping forward, slowly and methodically, she drew her own blood and used it to cast a spell none of the other members of the team had seen her use before. A spell that she had learned under the tutelage of the Ashen Mage. A spell called Blood Sacrifice. With it, she was able to amplify her disintegration spell to maximum potency. Targeting herself, she caused over double the amount of damage necessary to end her. Bit by bit, molecule by molecule, Fahima Tighe disintegrated right before her teammates' eyes. It started as a simple dungeon run, but now one of the heroes of Bingle was well and truly dead. As As we ended last week, the unmistakable, impossible to imitate voice of Lord Arrabann rang out through the chamber, congratulating them on passing the trial. And that is where we will pick up this week. All of you are back in a darkened room. It feels big and empty, cavernous.
Have all the
But even,
monsters...
sorry, what?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
But even with your dark vision, it's hard to make out the exact dimensions of this place. Only a sliver of light breaks through the darkness, illuminating a small patch of the ground ahead of you. It is unclear where this light is coming from, what the source of it is, but the effect is almost like a spotlight cast from high above. In the center of that small pool of light on the ground is a pile of dust, still smoldering. You can smell it resting there, a small pile of dust that was once Fahima Tig. The air is cold and thin, and you can detect the faint burnt odor even from where you're standing. There is a long moment, and then you hear a terrible sound from above you, behind you, a screeching, a cry. You turn and look. It is Meep, much larger than you remember her, nearly full grown it seems. Wings outstretched, head back, wailing. Her fiery phoenix feathers blazing in brilliant shades of yellow and orange and red, fully aflame, magnificent. You watch as Meep, the baby bird Fahima found in the fallen lodestar, the phoenix she rescued from an endless cycle of life and death, trapped in a hole in the stone, and the companion she risked her life to save when it was shot down at the cheesemonger's mansion in Olsvach. You watch as this beautiful, mystical bird swoops down from above and lands next to the pile of remains. You see it focus intensely on the dust and begin to summon something deep within itself, some celestial connection to life and rebirth, the same magic that gives it the power to rise from the ashes again and again. You watch it sizzle with an intensity you've never seen before. This large, dazzling creature of myth and magic. It is so bright you almost have to turn away. It expands its wings, bows its head to the ashes, and nothing happens. Meep looks surprised, frustrated. Her entire body dims. She ruffles her feathers and tries again. Again, nothing happens. She squawks, but it is more of a moan. There is such sadness in it. The sound is less a meep and more a weep. And then, in an instant, she unfurls her wings once again, takes flight, and soars up and out and into the darkness. You are sure you are indoors, but her dimming glow fades into the unknown, high above until she too is gone. But the pile of dust remains in that sliver of light, smoldering.
I assume we're all released from our paralyzation or such.
You are not in that. You are no longer in that room, the battlefield room. You're in this other place.
Right.
We
Lily will slowly walk towards the pile of dust. Just in shock, but very slowly.
Araban!
Fahima? Fahima?
Araban, where are you?
After a moment, you hear a strange sound. A slick, slimy, squishing sound. Like someone rubbing two fish together.
Ew.
And then you hear a voice. I'll be honest with you. I didn't think she was going to do that. Blood magic intensifying this disintegration spell. Who could have seen that coming? Not me. Milo! Milo! Fetch your bowl! We need something to put these ashes in. Hey! Look, she really did become an ashen mage. Huh? That's rich. I know a couple of you were thinking Fahima might be the ashen mage. Fun little pet theory for some. Not true, but I guess in a way it happened.
Can we see him right now?
Yeah. He's standing on the other side of the room.
From the ashes, like the opposite side?
Yeah,
of the room?
opposite side of the ashes. Mm-hmm.
Ugo pulls a health potion from his pack and pops open the cork and dumps it on the ground. Then he walks over to Fahima's ashes and begins to put them in.
As you walk toward them, Lily, you notice this as well. They don't seem to get any closer to you.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be Ugo like starting till he's full out sprinting towards them, and if they don't get any closer,
The rest of you, it looks almost like he's on a treadmill.
What is this?
let me have those ashes. They do not belong in your possession.
What did you say to her in the room, Lord Arrabann?
That is a secret.
Well, we would like to know now. When we would like to know if she can come back, please.
She literally just learned the rules of the trial.
What does that mean?
You passed. I'm a bit disappointed you didn't get to see more of it. Your greatest foes, plucked from the memories of your past adventures, returned to face you once again, all while you tried to survive my mega beholder. Truly the stuff of nightmares.
This is the stuff of nightmares. What part of that meant Fahima had to do that?
I, as I said, did not see that one coming.
She wouldn't just do that. She wouldn't just... Fahima was in this adventure. She wanted to find her dad. She wouldn't just do that without an explanation. That doesn't make any sense.
This was a trial of trust.
Well, it was a trial, but we don't trust anything now.
Well, it wasn't a trial for her. It was a trial for you. Could you trust her to make the right decision? And you almost failed. I'm looking at you, Sivred.
Are you trying to elicit some kind of violent response?
No. Every trial is different, but I wonder what any one of you would have done in her place. if a different hero of Bingle had walked into my secret room.
Give me the opportunity and I'll show you now. I will gladly take her place.
So
Give me back Fahima. Give her back to me. I cannot live. You have taken my heart from me.
Lily will hold Ugo's hand.
Let me take her place, please. Please. She had so much more life to live. She was about to see her father. I demand you let me take her place.
I appreciate your care for her. But I would remind you, this was her decision. It doesn't sound to me like you trust that.
There's one thing to mourn the loss of someone who means the world to you. I know that she made the decision that she thought was best. And I do trust her decision, but I do not have to enjoy the outcome.
Presumably, if this was a trial of trust, and she made a decision that she thought was best, there must be some result from that decision that benefits the world. Because as I said before, she wouldn't just have done this.
She wanted a secret. And of course, I am the keeper of secrets. So, she needed to earn my trust, as do you.
How?
How?
To show your trust
Yes.
in others, in your closest allies. Do you trust that Fahima did the right thing?
Yes, but I don't like it. And I'd
I'm
like to
not
understand
asking you
why.
to like it.
I know. Yes, I trust her.
Built into a trust of her, though, is a trust of you. Isn't it? Trusting that you will honor what you told her. I do think... I saw the look on Fahima's face when she did what she did, when she did that horrible thing. Yes, I do think she truly believed what she was doing was the right thing. But what about you? Who are you? Jade, there is like an eldritch blast like held in his hand.
Lord Arrabann sees that and says, "You really are turning into a demon, aren't you?
You're very
the-
observant.
Even the smell of your brain is changing."
So what is this game? What is this trial? What else do you want?
Nothing. I am happy to reveal the secrets that the trial of trust has earned. But I'm not sure that you're ready. He looks at you, Lily, and he says, "You really have taken good care of the amulet.
Thank you.
You still call it the Secret Keeper's amulet, but it has not been mine for a very long time. Perhaps it's time to rename it. The Hero's Amulet? The Amulet of Truth? You're the ones who should decide its true name."
Well, perhaps we can rename it after we hear what it is that Fahima sacrificed her life for us to learn.
All right. If you would like me to tell you, I will tell you everything. But before I do, it might be good to take a moment amongst yourselves. Check in with each other. Once I start, there is no going back. Make sure you are ready. I'm quite pleased that at least 2 of you took the opportunity to bathe. But as a team of 4, now I want to give you an opportunity to take your time. Milo! Milo! Let's give them some privacy.
James falls to his knees.
Lily will turn and try one more time to run towards the ashes.
They don't seem to get any closer to you.
Before he goes, can I roll an insight check on Lord Arrabann to see if he's playing with us?
Sure. You have advantage from Hadrian X.
Thank you, Hadrian X. Three.
I don't think I need to say anything.
All right, well then Civ is just going to take a leap in logic then. He's playing us.
What do you mean?
This is part of the trial. To see what would happen if one of us died. Whether we'd argue and fight amongst ourselves, turn on each other.
I don't see why we would do that.
Well, no offense, but the one time you disappeared, Lily, we fell apart rather quickly.
Yes, but that wasn't my choice.
The last
Also
time,
didn't have lots of experience together.
the last time Fahima left us, we weren't exactly a happy family either.
Again, that wasn't really
I know.
the same situation.
I'm just saying the reason why we can't even reach the ashes, meat flying away.
None of this feels real. Whitebeard was here a moment ago.
That's what I'm saying. It's still the trial.
Yeah.
I want to believe that.
Where
And
is-
I hope that's true and that she's not really gone, but it feels like she is.
Meep! Come back! Please.
There's no way to know. That's part of the trial, isn't it?
I don't
If
know.
you knew, if you could tell deep down inside that she was still in existence, then it wouldn't be a trial.
Wouldn't
Right.
take any trust.
Correct.
I remember when I was just getting into the vermin, and Cheesemonger asked me if I'd choose between one of my friends and a man with a bag on his head, who would I choose? And I said, obviously, the man with the bag. Really? Even though you know that that man with the bag on his head is a complete stranger, could be a good person, could have a family, never committed any crimes, you'd kill a completely innocent person over one of your dirty, flea-ridden, wretched, pathetic friends. And he wanted to see what I was made of. This feels very much like that.
Again, I hope that's true. I do, and I hope that's true, but I don't know.
One way or another. Whether it's real or whether it's not. She died for nothing if we don't at least find out what secrets she's keeping.
Yes, I don't think we really have much choice here.
There's always a choice.
Was she a Sierra?
We only have one choice that honors what Fahima did,
That shows trust.
and I don't see any of us wanting to dishonor that.
Uggo, are you alright?
No, I am not alright. I am half empty.
I know.
But we are here to do a job.
Yes.
I intend to do it. Even if that means I have to kill a squid face. I don't want to do that. I don't want that. I do not want to kill. I don't want anyone to die. I just want the world to be better and back again, so that we can all live in harmony and that is not our future, friends. I am convinced now. We will all have to sacrifice one another before this is over.
I don't know.
We are best using our time to prepare for that reality.
You have to admit, it does shed a certain light on the choice that the wardens had to make 300 years ago.
I wonder if that's what this test is. They don't want another cyclone warden to happen. They can't afford that mistake.
Well, shall we get on with it?
I have a candle to light. And Uggo pulls out, tears welling in his eyes, he pulls out the candle that belongs to Fahima. He puts it on the ground and he lights it. It will remain there until its life its flame goes out. Love you, Fahima.
Love you, Fahima.
I love you, Fahima.
Your May your memory never fade. It shine bright for all eternity. When the mages of days come, think of finding new and interesting magics. May they read of your name somewhere, and so your sacrifice may be remembered. Goodbye, dear friend. I love you. I am ready.
Lord Arrabann.
Greetings! I trust you've gotten your affairs in order.
Yes, I think we're ready. I will say this, I do wish we could have met under different circumstances.
I agree. I think I would have liked you. See red thistle.
I have it on good accord that you would like me a lot.
Are you ready to hear the secrets?
I am. I believe everyone else is, but I won't speak for them.
James pulls out his Book of Shadows. I don't even know if this will work. He pulls out and just opens it to the page with Fesh's name on it and gets ready to start writing.
Araban's face tentacles start moving a bit. What do you write?
I'm nothing yet. I'm just waiting for Araban to start talking.
Oh.
We're ready. I'll take Uggo's hand and Siv's hand and move over to where, try and move everybody over to where James is, so we're like close.
To tell you these secrets I have to tell you a story. The story of Conroy Tighe. As a young man, Conroy was curious and brash, an explorer who believed the world was grander and more interesting than growing up in the quiet hamlets of Latland might suggest. He was obsessed with finding and learning about exotic creatures, magical creatures, creatures of legend and myth. In his studies, he heard tell of an entire group devoted to similar goals. The Sky Children. Kind, warm-hearted custodians of the skies, who lived in spectacular towers floating in the clouds. They rescued and cared for flying creatures of all kinds. And it was even rumored that their ultimate goal, as foolhardy and improbable as it may seem, was to heal one of history's greatest wounds, to end the animus of the dragons, the rage those creatures seemed to harbor for all the peoples of Ain, by showing them kindness and goodwill. Conroy was intrigued. Many of these so-called lodestars were said to reside over the highest peaks of the Pash mountain range. So, up into the mountains he traveled. Risking life and limb, he journeyed into areas untouched by lowlanders. He used all the cunning and magic he could muster to reach heights few would even attempt. And what he found was a surprise to him. An entire species of bird people living in seclusion. The Aarakocra. At the summit of the most inhospitable peaks in the world, a society completely isolated from the rest of Ain. There, above the clouds, a thriving, magical community existed. In common, they called it the Summit. A colony in harmony with nature, committed to the ideals that Conroy so profoundly believed in. And they welcomed him. An outsider. They took him under their wings. And there he lived for many years, happy and purposeful. The Aarakocra had not accepted a new outsider into their midst in quite some time. In fact, there had been only 2 others. Many, many years before. A newborn elf named Osira Blue, and a young human boy named Peter Kiln. Peter and Osira grew up together amongst the Aarakocra of Pash. And eventually, they fell in love. Together, they produced a half-elf, half-human child they named Dahlia. But the lifespan of blue elves far exceeds that of humans, and Peter died long before Osira. The blue elf stayed in the clouds with the Aarakocra, careful never to venture down into the lowlands, onto the soil that wanted to swallow her whole. She became a trusted friend and counsel to the bird people of Pash, wise in ways that seemed innate to her, but unaware that she was the daughter of Miracis Blue, carrying the royal bloodline of the Blue Elves. When Conroy arrived in the community, he was inspired by Osira's spirit and grace. She seemed otherworldly, serene, a calming voice of wisdom. But it was Dahlia with whom he formed the strongest bond. Dahlia was an incredible free spirit. Impetuous and daring, she stirred something inside Conroy, a passion for life. She was exhilarating and unpredictable, enchanting. He fell head over heels for her. In him, she saw a man of courage and conviction, of virtue and compassion, a kindred heart. Together, they dreamed of traveling the world, of discovering and cataloging every wild and unknown creature Ain had to offer. They made plans to leave, of starting a life together. But all that changed the day the Demon Lord arrived at the summit. 22 years ago, a lowly lighthouse keeper on the Isle of Rum conspired to help free a creature known as the Lord of Crows that had crawled through one of the anchor points that connected this world to the Far Realm. Its sole purpose was to hunt for noble blood, searching for the blue elf who still carried the royal lineage, to wipe out the last hope for a dying species. The hideous demon lord had been trapped inside the Castle Rum, held fast by the lady of the house. When it was freed, 5 sellswords that looked surprisingly like the 5 of you fought it, had a chance to destroy it, but they were only able to banish it back to the realm from which it had just escaped. Then they attacked and burned the monolith that had been used to hold it in place. So, the Demon Lord continued its mission. It searched. For 2 years it searched, hunting for noble blood, until the day it arrived at the summit. The Aarakocra put up a fight. There was a titanic battle waged in the skies, wings tearing apart wings, dark and bat-like, feathered and light. A clash above the mountains. In the end, the valiant Aarakocra could not stop the Demon Lord. It found Osira Blue, and it ended her life. Like the sellswords had done before them, the Aarakocra banished the Lord of Crows back to the abyss. But the damage had been done. The last of the Blue Elves was dead. As you can imagine, Dahlia was devastated. In her grief and pain, she wanted to make sense of it. For the first time, she began asking questions of the Aarakocra, and for the first time, they started to answer. My intellect devourers, it seemed, had missed a spot. They told her that before Mirasis became a warden, she had begged their ancestors to accept her baby daughter into their care, to hide the child where no one, not even she, could find her, and that another champion of the Ariat age, Nicholas Kiln, had done the same with his last surviving son. For years, they had stayed just one step ahead of the Cyclone Warden who searched for them, until one day, the pursuit just stopped, and the Cyclone Warden disappeared. Dahlia became obsessed with finding out more, with tracking down any last bit of information about Mirisis Blue. The Aarakocra told her what they could. Her grandmother was a champion of the Ariat Age, but no one remembered. A warden, but no one knew. A hero that had been scrubbed from history. But why? Dahlia and Conroy began searching for the wardens, for the fifth warden, for Mirisis. Eventually, they came to me. They passed my trial of trust, and they offered a trade, secret for secret. They gave me the knowledge of the Aarakocra and Dahlia's lineage in exchange for the Cyclone Warden's whereabouts. I knew that the transformation into the Cyclone Warden had been a traumatic event for Mirisis Blue. She repelled the intellect devourers and rejected the memory wipe, refusing to forget her child. But the Aarakocra did their jobs. They kept Osira from her no matter what. Being the Cyclone Warden became a prison. The burden of her past decisions weighing heavily on her conscience. She sought relief. A relief beyond just forgetting. She wanted nothingness. The embrace of oblivion. And she knew where to find it. In the void. The abyss. The dark chaos of the far realm. She made contact with a being known as Gonador, an old one. A being who offered her the solace she so desperately wanted. Trapped in the far realm itself, Gonador offered her a way in and only asked for one thing in return. Control over the essence of godhood that made her what she was. The Moat of Gusts. When Dahlia found out where her grandmother was in the realm of madness and torment that is the void, she resolved to save her. But how? Based on what the Aarakocra had told them, Conroy thought he might know a way. The two of them ventured down out of the summit. As a half-human, Dahlia was able to walk on the lands of Ain without succumbing to the curse of the Blue Elves. It took them nearly a year, but they managed to find what they were looking for. The mouth of the void. The anchor point at the end of the world. The entrance to the far realm. And as he says these last words, the amulet, the Secret Keeper's amulet, flashes and blinks twice. Everything in your vision goes white, and you are suddenly standing in a much different cave. You feel disembodied, observing a different time and place. There is a foreboding darkness. The walls of this cave are discolored and sickly. A movement in the air is disorienting. Thin black mist that seems to pull, to beckon deeper and deeper. You are reminded a bit of the churning disquiet you felt inside the Underfury, but this is much more intense. More akin to the fraying at the edges of your mind that began on the deck of Whitebeard's Itch as you sailed east across the Lost Sea toward the Castle Rum. All around you is detritus, refuse, and debris, an awful wasteland of broken and discarded materials, chaos, entropy. This cave is deep, layer upon layer of uneven stone cut into jagged arches. At its deepest point is a terrible black hole, like a gaping wound in reality. Thin tendrils of shadowy fog creep out of it and extend down the long, ominous cavity. Standing in front of your perception, bracing herself against the torrent of black mist that rises and swirls up ahead, is a beautiful young woman with bluish skin. Her hair whips from the onslaught, her arm raised over her face as she keeps moving forward. By her side, just a few paces behind, is a man. Even bent over and fighting against the headwind, it is still clear he is tall, with sharp features. It's Conroy Tighe, looking strong and spry, a dashing young man without a hint of gray. He yells ahead to the woman, "We cannot go to the void! We cannot go in! The rules are different there! You must draw her out! Get her to face us on this plane!" She nods, turns toward the gaping maw of inky blackness, the swirling, slithering emptiness that seems to moan and ache. She calls out, "Grandmother! I am your daughter's daughter. I am your blood. I am your lineage, your legacy. I am the reason you did not want to forget. Come to me. Face me. See what your sacrifice made possible. The world thrives. It is at peace. I love and am loved. And I want to ease your suffering." The hole in the center of everything. The wound that oozes madness. The gateway to the void begins to move, to shudder, to twist and bend. There is darkness. Darkness on darkness. And a huge, shadowy hand emerges, grasping the edges of the portal, pulling itself through. A leg, a head, a torso, 100 feet tall, breaking through the rift and into the mortal plane, filling the entire cave. It is massive, imposing, and horrible. Not the Cyclone Warden you remember from your visions, but something else. A Stygian husk, as desolate and caliginous as the vastness of space. Hair wild and misshapen, the color of midnight. Every inch of her like staring into empty infinity. A Void Warden. The sound of her emergence is as a scream, madness, chaos. She is of the void now, one with it, a cacophony of torment and confusion. Dahlia yells out, "Mirasis! Grandmother! Osira is dead!" But there seems to be only madness in the warden's eyes. No recognition. No glimmer of understanding. Dahlia reaches to her belt and grabs a bottle emblazoned with a brilliant gemstone. She raises it high over her head. "Your daughter was slain by a spawn of the very abyss from which you emerge. But in her death lies hope for my people, for my grandmother, and in my mother's name, But before she can finish, something else emerges from the maw. An inky black tentacle. A roiling, infinite nothingness in the form of a nightmarish spear that darts from the gateway at incredible speed. The appendage plunges into Dahlia's torso, emerging sickeningly from the other side. You hear Conroy cry out, a scream of shock and horror, a wail of pain. The tentacle pulls itself back out of Dahlia's body, and she goes limp, collapsing onto the cavern floor, the bottle knocked from her hand and sliding uselessly away. You see the terror in Conroy's eyes as tears stream down his cheeks. The massive Void Warden turns to the sound of his cries, its visage hollow and emotionless, looking up into the face of his doom. Conroy turns and clambers behind a pile of debris, hiding, panting, crying. The Void Warden shrieks and the entire cavern rattles and shakes. Bits of rock breaking and falling from the ceiling, the rubbish on the ground vibrating. The mad giant turns and climbs back through the rift. A great rushing and whooshing of wind and energy following behind her like a vacuum. Conroy grabs on for dear life, holding his breath, eyes closed tight. Bits of debris are drawn up into the air and pulled through the length of the cave, pummeling him. It is loud and violent and awful. And then, in an instant, it's over. There is an inversion, a collapse of the anchor point, and the Void Warden is gone. The cavern is quiet and still. Only the residual draw of that misty blackness disturbs the eerie silence. A sickening pall left heavy and dead. And for a moment, nothing happens. All you hear are Conroy's sobs over the awful sucking sound of the rift at equilibrium. He lies there, motionless. It takes him a while to compose himself, to gather the strength to walk to Dahlia's lifeless body. You see him make a calculation in his mind. Come to the realization that he will never be able to get her out of here. He is powerless and weak, overwhelmed. He looks up at the rift, waiting for it to open once again and take him, to obliterate him as it did his beloved. But nothing comes. Just the hollow dread of emptiness. Time passes. He begins to gather materials from the floor. Slowly and methodically, he pushes and pulls the debris into a pile. A massive mound of broken bits. It takes a long time, but eventually he finishes. Heaving with emotion, he lays Dahlia's body atop the mound and then whispers something under his breath. With a quick pop, his hands burst into flame. He stands there for a moment just looking, weeping. Then he presses his burning hands onto the debris, catching the entire mound in a pillar of flame. You watch as he stands there. The funeral pyre crackles and burns, the warm orange glow reflecting in his tears. Black mist drifting past him through the cave. Then he see something. Something across the room, lying on the floor. A bottle, still intact. Impossibly, amazingly intact. He runs over and grabs it. He looks inside. Its contents are still there. You see him think. Emotions flash across his face. He knows he shouldn't do it. He knows it is not what she would have wanted. What he holds offers another chance to do what she wanted, to save Mirasis Blue, to bring the Cyclone Warden back to this plane and reunite the 5 wardens. And for a moment, you see him resolve to do just that. He looks up to the rift, eyes locked in steely determination. And then you see his heart break one more time. His shoulders slump, his head falls, and his fingers begin to move, to uncork the bottle, releasing the wish. His words are a whimper at first, but they grow into a scream. Bring her back to me! His voice resonates down the cavern, reverberating off the walls. And for a moment, there's nothing. Just the crackle of the funeral pyre and the soft whisper of ever-flowing mist. He is breathing heavy, his eyes darting around. Then, from the very center of the flames, he hears something. The gentle cry of a newborn baby. You see shock and alarm in Conroy's eyes. Confusion. He wipes the tears from his face and bolts forward. Reaching into the burning pyre, wincing, he pulls forth a naked baby girl, a newborn, completely unharmed by the burning blaze. She is unmistakably Dahlia Blue. Her eyes, her face. But her hair is a fiery red and crackles with the heat of the funeral's flames. Like his beloved, a wish is an unpredictable thing. The ultimate expression of chaos magic. Conroy Tighe's plea was granted, but in a way he never could have predicted. In that moment, his love transformed. He knew his purpose was to care for this child, to protect her. No longer a romantic love, his was the love of a protector, of a father for a daughter. Dahlia had come through the flames. So, he combined those two words and called her Fahima. He raised her in secret as his own child, pledging to keep her safe and to teach her everything she might need to know to protect herself. Then, he came back to me to unload his secret, to ensure he could never reveal the truth of Fahima's origin to anyone, not even her. The vision of Conroy holding baby Fahima lingers in your view. You see him standing there, cradling her golden skin and fiery hair against the backdrop of the burning funeral pyre. And your perspective expands, pulls back, these two figures getting smaller in your view, and the edges of the cavern coming into focus, the layers of the cave revealing its depth, the jagged arches, one atop another, atop another. And you realize you've seen this composition before. An abstraction of this moment, of this image. A flame buried beneath the arches, golden, brilliant, and burning bright. A candle illuminating the darkness. Hope hidden beneath many layers of secrets. The symbol for the natural order. And now you know the truth. And you know there are many others who seek it. And that's where we'll go to intermission. Sean, if you could put that image onto the screen with the natural order symbol.
Here it is.
Wow, Jeff.
Sorry, I know that was basically a half a show of monologuing, but
I don't think anyone is upset.
something I've had in my head for 3 years. Finally got to say it.
Jeff, can I share about Dahlia?
Please, yes, please do.
As soon as I'm sorry, it's so beautiful.
You're making me cry. Oh my god.
As soon as Jeff said Dahlia, I briefly mentioned Dahlia in one of Fahima's diary posts back before they were on the Patreon. And this was over a year ago, and I said, it was in my tattoo diary entry, and I said something like my dad would approve or something, because one of my favorite tattoos is of the dahlia flower near his heart in honor of the wife he'd had who passed on before I was born. He told me Dahlia was sweet and it broke her heart that they could never have a child. It's really beautiful that Fahima is Dahlia and Flame together too. That's so serendipitous.
You brought it. I just listened.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
All right. We're going to take a brief intermission, and we're going to be back. There's
To
lots more.
rehydrate.
There's lots more.
Get some more tears.
And I will continue to butcher Lord Arrabann's voice.
Oh, please. It's great.
All right. We have some balloons, a jar full of bees, and Cedar Mantis gave us balloons. Thank you for those. Team Force of Good is at 100%. So thank you for that. We'll take a quick intermission. We'll see you soon.
Jeff, you're muted.
Jeff's never muted.
Lord Arrabann getting
What
his
was that
revenge.
for the last 5 minutes of the intermission when I was talking to you guys? No one noticed I was talking then, I guess? Okay, I was in the I thought I was having a conversation for the last 5 minutes, and clearly I've been muted the whole time. Thank you for coming back from intermission.
We all sound like such jerks now that
And
Jeff
that's the most important thing that I have to say. What?
Was I muted for the whole first half too?
Yeah.
That's
No
weird.
one.
Yeah,
We
we did notice that
MST3K'd it.
there was like a 45-minute silent patch.
Yeah.
People
I
thought it
was
was
crying because I was crying.
People thought it was a really bold, creative choice.
Just a pregnant
Just
pause.
silence.
Just a pregnant pause. Hey, we got some
Have
we
a
got
moment
some
of silence
potatoes.
for Fahima.
Yeah, that's a bold choice to do 45-minute moment of silence.
Potatoes.
Especially for the podcast.
Yeah, right. We got some gold potatoes, ladies and gentlemen, during the intermission. Thank you, folks, for supporting the show, including Last Cleric of Krypton,
Thank you.
Guy Vox, and Kitty Scritches. All three of you with those gold potatoes. Lovely and generous. Thank you. It keeps our total at Team Force of Good 100%.
Wow.
Yeah. So thank you all for that. Okay. Are you ready to get back?
No.
I
But
promise you
Sure.
guys will get a chance to speak. I promise you guys will get a chance to speak at some point.
I wasn't gonna drink tonight, and then
No.
and then
the first half happened.
I'm gonna make
right.
a smash cut of every time Jared said that on.
Something tells me Jared's just looking for an excuse to drink.
Yeah.
I did get up mid-show to get another drink last week. It was getting so rough.
All right. Here we go. We'll go back into our story.
Okay.
We return to the chamber, to Lord Arrabann's lair. The vision of Conroy Tighe is gone. All that remains is a small pile of dust, ashes. Now, we get to the most interesting part. Milo! Milo! Oh, curse that minion to 1,000 deaths! Must I do everything myself? You're ruining the theatricality of this moment, Milo! He walks over to a shelf in this room that you had not seen there before. And from it, he plucks a bottle. The same bottle that you saw Conroy use in the vision. He walks over to the pile of dust, and he plunges the bottle down into it. When he stands back up, the interior of the bottle is glowing with a warm white light. So, a wish. You may have already heard that a wish is a very unique thing. It is the one force that lies outside the balance of the universe. Volatile, dangerous, but quite powerful. It is also a finite and stable resource. It can be used but never expended. Conroy Tighe told Fahima that he wished her into being. A truth. But he also told her that the wish he used came from an Ifriti. As Fahima well knew, Conroy is a man of great imagination, of poetic license and romantic embellishment. He told her that he had found in the writings of the wizard Misogranterzo references to a group of mythical creatures that wove threads of the impossible, that granted wishes. Ha! Genies! Nonsense! I hope you know there are no such thing as genies.
Says the mind flayer.
Shots fired.
What?
Can you imagine? Ridiculous! And you watch as the face of this purple tentacled faced squid creature contorts into a laugh.
Truly.
No.
Just-
What is a wish but a grand yearning, an appeal to the divine, a plea to the gods? Once granted, it holds its value forever, and so it was with Conroy's wish. The wish that Dahlia carried to the mouth of the void was taken from Osira herself, released back to its pure potential when the Lord of Crows murdered Osira Blue. It was the wish that created Osira Blue. But where did it come from? Mirisis Blue saw her people dying, knew the consequence of her choice to become a warden would mean she would no longer be a blue elf herself. And her husband, with whom she had dreamed about starting a family and continuing her lineage, had become something monstrous. A wrathful god, the source of her torment and the torment of her people. So, she appealed to another god, a god of truth and knowledge, the Candle Queen. She wished beyond all wishes for a child, for a daughter, to carry on the matriarchy of the Blue Elves, who could live in the peaceful world that her sacrifice might create. And Amanda, in her wisdom and benevolence, saw what Mirisis had gone through, what she had been willing to sacrifice. And the Candle Queen granted her wish. A child, immaculately conceived, born in secret, and given away, hidden from the mother who had given up so much for her. Fahima is the daughter of the wish in more ways than one. With Osira dead, the wish could be reused. Dahlia knew that it had the potential to release her grandmother from the madness of the void, so she chose not to use it to resurrect her own mother, but instead to free her grandmother, to bring peace to the woman who had given her and her mother the chance for happiness. As you have seen, that wish, that gift from Amanda, that candle in the darkness in the cave at the mouth of the void, was Fahima. And she has given you a gift by disintegrating herself. She blew out the candle so you might make a wish. Like her mother before her, Fahima's death has released the wish back to pure potential. You, the four of you, may use it however you want. You can, if you choose, bring Fahima back from the dead, just as she was, as if nothing happened. The physical manifestation of the wish in Fire Genasi form, even if Fire Genasi is a nonsense word made up by her father. And the tentacles on his face twist into what you can only think is a smile. Or
Jeff, Wizards of the Coast is on the line. They
or you can use the wish more skillfully than Conroy did and try to bring Dahlia back, the half-elf version of Fahima, with all of her direct ties to the lineage of the Blue Elves. Or perhaps you want to resurrect Osira Blue, the daughter of Mirasis Blue and the last true hope of the Blue Elves. There are other possibilities too, of course. James, perhaps you'd like to wish to be out from under your pact with your warlock patron, to be human again. I'm telling you, your brain will smell so much better. Civ, maybe you'd like to wish Vic back to life. Or maybe you all want to do something grander, more ambitious. The possibilities are endless. The wish is yours to do with as you will. However, I believe my old friend Nonezaron showed you the consequences of altering the flow of events too dramatically. Your lesson 22 years ago was that small acts of human kindness can be as powerful as big ones, and that sometimes losing things plays as important a part in our lives as saving them. Lily, I believe you chose to protect a single boy. A boy who would grow up to torment your family and kill your friends. Even heroes cannot save everyone, and their decisions are never easy. So, choose wisely. I am here to help you in any way I can. I will answer any questions I know the answer to. But there are two things you should know. His hand goes up like this. That might help in making your decision. The first is some rather unfortunate news. Conroy Tig came here and then was taken.
Taken by whom?
Well, Calcutta Theed.
Calcutta Theed was here.
Yes. I've also put Calcutta Theed through the trial of truth and told her a fair number of things. I'm chaotic neutral. What do you want from me?
So she knows everything that we know.
Mostly.
What does she not know?
I don't know what she doesn't know. I can tell you that she and her team have sealed the rift to the void. Locked it using some technological means. I believe they are holding Conroy in hopes of drawing you into a fight. Anyway, talk amongst yourselves about how you want to use the wish. Let me know if I can be of any help.
What? That was only your first. You said first off.
Yeah, there were two parts to that.
2 parts?
You said two things.
Bad news about Conroy. Sealed rift. 2 things.
I
Okay.
counted that as one. I'm not very good at counting.
It's all right.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask because
Milo!
I
Sorry.
I have to ask. We can't wish for more wishes.
Classic question. Oh. First rule of wishes. In fact, I shouldn't even let you use the wishes if you even think you could do that. It's like so obvious that you can't use the wishes for that.
Well, nothing is obvious anymore. No offense.
She's right.
I don't suppose Fahima told you what she wanted, since she's the one that started all of this.
No.
Was Fahima aware that this would happen?
Here's what I would like to have happen. For the first time on our show, I would like to encourage metagaming. Clearly, the team can have a discussion, but I would like Jessica Lynn Parsons to weigh in because this is a team decision. And you all can decide, or, you know, you don't have to do it now even. You don't have to use the wish now, but you just sort of, this is, you can be involved in the discussion, Jessica, especially since you didn't know what the fate or origin of your character would be.
Araban, I have a question.
Yes.
Who is the Ashen Mage?
Calcutta Theed.
No, yeah, I mean, but... like...
Calcutta. Her name was
from-
Calcutta.
She's a very angry, very intelligent individual, and I think maybe that's all they'll go.
Do you know how to make James turn back into a human without us using the wish?
That would be quite difficult. You would have to renounce your warlock patron in some dramatic fashion, losing all the gifts and boons it has given you, and probably replace it with some other patron, but I don't know how to that accomplished.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of the name Shothragot?
Yes.
Who is Shothragot? Are you
You
familiar?
are warlock patron.
Does Mirasis Blue go by a different name now?
Yes.
What name does she go by?
Sometimes the Cyclone Warden. Sometimes the Void Warden. Other times, Shothragot.
Oh, gosh.
Oh,
Throws a
man.
wrench into things.
Oh, man.
Are there any other large pieces
So,
of
hey,
information you want to share
Wait
with
a
us?
minute. That we
Well-
can solve two problems, one wish.
Oh, God.
Here's the thing. As Conroy knew, the wish doesn't really work in the Far Realm, in the Void. The rules are different there. And it looks like Calcutta has decided to lock the entrance to the Void. Even if she didn't, any mortal creature would lose its mind if it entered, and it would completely go mad. The only exception to that is a demon lord.
Yeah.
He looks directly at James.
That's why I'm turning into what I'm turning into. They want me to be the new Lord of Crows, basically.
Did you know that?
That they were turning me into a demon lord? Yes.
How long?
Not very.
It does offer an upside.
Which is?
James can go into the void without losing his mind.
That's true.
How? The void, if the void is sealed.
Well,
We'd have to unseal it.
different problem.
But if
Got
you
it.
were to get in, your current state allows you to not lose your mind. Further.
All right. All right. What about the Urn of Invention? That seems to be the big big bad thing at the middle of all of this.
Indeed.
Could we wish it out of existence, never to be reinvented again?
I suppose. As I said, no Nezeron has warned against big moves, but give it a swing.
They all seem to be big moves, though.
Well, the one thing,
Unless you're telling me I can go into the void and throw an apple at somebody, and then that's a small move and we're fine.
You could certainly wish the, attempt to wish the Urn of Invention out of... I would word it very carefully.
I feel that the big moves things means things that could alter the past.
Well, yes. And I
should bring back Fahima. It is a small
can
move.
Can we please metagame here for a second and hear from Jessica?
Yeah.
Since she's been quiet through all of this.
She's snacking.
Me too. I'm stressing.
Here, let me pray to the Candle Queen. Maybe she will give me connection to Fahima.
I can't speak
stop
with the
metagaming.
dead on the
She
Bible
is a
dust.
wish. I'm just saying, she is a wish of the Candle Queen.
That's
so
true. That's true.
Yeah, wow.
I know this is tricky, but I do think that Jessica should have a say.
Yes, I agree.
Oh no, I agree.
I don't know how this works in the narrative of the show, but it's fine.
Well,
Dear
it's,
Candle Queen,
it's also her body.
I
and
am
her
trying to
character.
call Fahima. Would you please give me a connection?
Paul plays.
The Candle Queen's
Queen,
operator.
You got those plugs.
Yes.
She's advanced in so many ways. but in
Switchboard
other
operator.
ways-
Candle Queen switchboard operator.
We'll light your way right away.
Nice.
I'm not sure exactly what I can say to start off because I still don't know what I can say about what Lord Arrabann told me. Are we still not talking about what he actually told Fahima because she's not there?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, unless you really need... I mean, I don't know what you're getting at exactly, but...
I'm not getting at anything. I'm just asking in case it comes up.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. You start off the conversation and I'll weigh in.
Well,
I'm asking you a direct question.
What are you asking?
What do you want? It's your body. It's your character. You killed yourself. You should get to weigh in on this.
for sure.
What do I want as a player, or what does Fahima want?
What do you want as a player?
Both.
I want.
Not much of a difference right now.
I want what's best for the story. And
Which, in your
So-
opinion, is what?
well, I don't know. I think we have to talk about it.
We gotta talk about it.
So here's what I'm thinking, just to be clear, in case it's not
Be
obvious,
careful.
is if you're cool with it, Jessica, and we could talk about this offline or whatever, but I think the way I see this playing out is if there is a resurrection of any kind, any character, any variation of this, that's who you play.
Okay.
So either we roll you up a new character called Dahlia, and you get to make that character, or we roll you up a character of whatever character is fashioned, or you use the wish in a different way, and we figure out another way in for you for the story.
Yeah, I'm cool with anything.
Can I explain what Ugo would like?
Yeah, for sure.
The reason I think we should bring back Fahima is it is the smallest move. She was already alive before we entered this chamber. She is also the one who can kill them all. I believe that strongly. If she is the wish walking of the Candle Queen, we should honor that, no matter how it came into existence. She made the right choice to show us what we know. Without her, that is the essence of what we are trying to save in this world. Our friends, our family, those that we love, those willing to sacrifice for the rest of us.
Yes, but
But what, James?
couldn't the wish be used to I hear you, Ugo, but also I have a slight issue if we're bringing her back to help destroy.
What do you propose instead? Destroy without bringing her back?
No, I don't know.
I think destroy,
This
unfortunately,
wish must be
is
used
part
to
of it.
destroy, James.
Not necessarily. It might not. What if it's used to save the Blue Elves?
Release
Save-
them of their curse.
Save all of them. Not 300 years ago. Now, today.
No.
I think the lesson of Onezaron is that when we start replaying things over again, if we make it so that Osira never was killed by the Lord of Crows, then who knows what happens in those extra 200, 100, however many years since she died. But And if we wish the Urn of Invention out of existence, the problem still remains. The curse. I don't know. I'm not saying I know. I'm not saying I know.
Lord
This is just
Araban.
what I'm thinking.
Yes, Lord Arrabann. Is a wish stronger than a god?
No.
So could not wish a god out of existence.
No. But I would like to point out that you can also potentially obtain godhood, or the essence of a god split into 5 parts. Calcutta has 3 of them. One of them stands outside the palace of the Shazangao, and the 5th inside the void.
In the hands of the old ones.
All of this, if it isn't obvious, has always been about those who crave the power of a god.
Yes.
My head is spinning.
It is an impossible decision.
It is.
I don't think it's that impossible.
Why us? Why were we the ones standing here to make this decision?
Sometimes the answer to that is just serendipity.
Why are the Blue Elves still cursed? Does Onivrius live? Or has he been destroyed?
That is something I do not know.
Wait, Civ, you said you don't think this is difficult.
Well, it's difficult. I'm just saying 300 years ago, certain people were presented with a very similar question. And they chose to give everything up for the greater good, so to speak.
But in doing that, one of them did not forget.
Well, one of them didn't agree to all of the stipulations.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying we obviously don't want history to repeat itself. But unless we can come up with a better option, I don't think just bringing Fahima back or just saving the elves is going to cut it.
No, there will be work no matter what. There will be work to do. This is not going to be a cure-all, I agree.
But what are you saying we do?
So what's going to set us up for the highest chance of success?
I believe that love is the strongest thing. That is how you overcome all of the evils that we have seen, Sivrak. It is the one thing that moves us towards growth and change. Do you agree?
I would agree. Very much so. And I like your train of thought, but I think you need to take it one step further. What is love?
Don't say it. Don't say
Not gonna. No, it was there. I thought about it. No, stop it. Stop it.
I needed that. Thank you.
I mean it. If you can take it all the
What is
way, if
love?
you're going to use love to undo all of this anger and hatred and greed and all of the suffering, what would be the best, most direct, most effective approach? Where did all of this go wrong? What was the turning point?
Don't know.
There's so many.
What caused Onivrius to turn against his own people?
Exactly. And I turned towards Lord Arrabann. What?
Greed.
So he just wanted power. For what? To what
Delusions
purpose?
of grandeur.
Why? Because he was wronged? Because he felt like lesser than? Because he wanted to punish someone that punished him?
I do not know.
Well, that seems to be the problem. We don't know why.
That's one of the problems.
Well, everything else stemmed from that, didn't it?
Yes, but the lesson of the urn of invention being reinvented 300 years earlier sort of tells us that
There's always going to be weapons of war.
and there will always be greedy, powerful, angry people.
Right.
That
Always
is what
be love.
That is what the Queen decided. It will be ever thus, and therefore they chose what they chose.
Right, but it didn't work.
It didn't work.
Or it only worked for 300 years.
If we have to do this forever, it's gonna fail every time.
Well, it feels like our best option then is to use the wish to return a person who would help us the most in extinguishing the chaos that is happening. Versus...
Look at us. Look at the four of us. We did not know each other not that long ago. Now you are my family. You are the thing that I love the most. And now there is one missing. Why would Candle Queen bring me here and show me this to rip out my heart? Why? It cannot be that. It cannot be that she brought me here to make my heart break. The only thing I can remember and think of, besides Fahima, is Braca. I made the decision, but I think it was wrong. Now I wonder if I am being punished in this moment because I did not choose love, because I chose wrath and anger.
You're not being punished.
You don't know that.
I'll go.
I'm standing in the middle of a darkness, staring at a mind flayer with a demon man, a cat person, and a dead friend, and you tell me I'm not being punished.
Well, then if you are, we all are.
Yes, because we did not choose love every time. That is what the Queen did not do.
sometimes you don't have the option. Because sometimes both things. I did not kill that boy,
No, you did not.
which is choosing love for him.
But you also did.
But it chose to not love those people that he murdered.
Not your choice, it was his.
I'm saying, though, I had the knowledge. Sometimes there isn't one where you can show love to all parties. And believe me, I'm the first person to say, choose love. Hug it out. It's my whole motto. But
Why would we abandon that now? Why?
I'm
In
not
our greatest
saying we
need.
do abandon it. I'm saying sometimes what is actually love isn't what feels like is love.
Choosing love can mean a million things, Ucker.
Sometimes
The
love is
one
the
I can
hard thing.
choose with my heart.
But sometimes choosing love isn't the easy thing. It's the thing that feels like the opposite of it. When you have to tell someone a hard truth, or you have to choose between two things. Fortunately, I don't have a song for when your friend got turned to a pile of ashes. That wasn't something that we learned on Bingle. That
She did it for a reason.
come up with it. Yes, so we could get the truth.
What did you tell her, Araban? What was it you said to her? What secret did you reveal?
I told her nothing. Just the rules.
What were the rules?
That was in a secret room.
Do we not pay for your secret? Did she not pay for our... for
I've given you more than enough secrets for one day. I paid Fahima in kind. She got exactly the secret she wanted. She wanted it revealed to you. And she gave you so much more. Her own potential.
Yeah.
Well, let's look at it this way. Presumably, if we're able to find a way to get into the void, James would be able to go in and fight.
Yes.
Yes, or
He's a demon lord. Can we trust him?
draw someone else out.
Or draw someone else out. So we have that in our hands because we have that knowledge now. I'm just kind of making a mental agenda because it's how I work best in times of trauma. If we bring back Fahima, there's obviously lots of pros to that because we get our friend back, first and foremost. But also, we know so much more about her and her origin and presumably her power. If we bring back Dahlia, as much as I'd love to meet her, I'm not sure what else that gets us.
Fahima has one very big weakness that all of you are overlooking. And the Ashen Mage saw straight to her core and used it. Is still using it.
Conroy.
Exactly.
Yes.
So if we bring Fahima back and we tell her the truth, what makes you think that she's not going to go straight to the Ashen Mage to try to save her father?
Same for Dahlia. If you bring Dahlia
Yeah.
back.
I think that that's a thing, but I think ultimately we are going to the Ashen Mage. Are we not?
Yeah, that's sort of inescapable.
Is it?
I don't know what else we would do.
I think we need to.
We have a wish. We can do whatever we want.
What would you say, Civ, then?
We turn the Ashen Mage to our side.
And if I
She's
might-
the one filling everyone with hate. She's the one tempting all of these weak-minded but very powerful creatures to fight against us. She's the one in control of 3 wardens. She's the linchpin holding all of that together.
She's
If we
the
were
loudest.
to turn her to our side, hear me out.
I'm listening.
If we were to turn her to our side, if she were to become the new Fahima, we would win. We would win the war in one stroke. It's exactly what I would do if I was her and I had a wish.
But we don't know what she desires. We don't know what her ultimate goal is.
It's a very good idea, Civ.
I can tell you that.
Oh,
Okay.
then spill the beans.
Isn't it obvious?
She wants to remember.
She wants to be a god.
Yes.
She wants to be the new Onivrius.
She wants to be the god of the drow.
That's our biggest threat, right there.
I agree with you, Civ, but I also think that she is the loudest voice of people who were able to get on her side. So turning just her to our side, though might be a temporary solution, doesn't necessarily fix the whole problem. She's not
Nothing's
the only
going to
one
fix the
who-
whole problem.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nothing is.
I don't
No,
know
I
if
know.
Bringing back Fahima isn't going to fix the whole problem. Turning James into a human again isn't going to fix the whole problem.
I know
I'm
that,
saying
but I'm just
we have
saying
an
that's not
opportunity
the
here.
one thing. That's all.
We have an opportunity here to strike a very deep blow to our enemy. And our enemy number 1 is the Ashen Mage. If we were to turn her to our side, everything that she's worked for up until this point would fall apart.
Okay.
To help her become a god.
Well,
We don't have to. She's on our
That's how we
side.
turn. That's how we turn her to our side. If her
Not
goal
necessarily.
is to become god,
Not necessarily, but I'm.
Put Fahima's mind inside of the Ashen Mage's body, then. Wish it however you want. Put her heart and soul inside of that wretched, vile woman. Either way, she's no longer a threat. And you even get Fahima back at the same time, in a way.
I hear you, but I guess I worry that it's too vague.
Yeah,
I
my-
worry that a wish is too temperamental for that, and turning her to our side doesn't destroy her power at all.
Right. Question of.
And if she
Question of.
still wants to be a god, it would be more. Sorry, James. It
No,
would be
please.
more making her not want to be a god anymore.
How do you recommend us stopping a woman that is so powerful that she can stop time and controls 3 wardens thus far? If you can give me one good way of winning that battle, I will gladly bring Fahima back in a heartbeat.
I don't know yet. I
Lord
don't know.
Araban, if we were to wish Fahima back now, and take her with us to face the Ashen Mage, could we not then turn her back into a wish when needed?
It certainly seems possible.
You said
It
it's
would
stable,
require the sacrifice of Fahima.
He said something to me right before she did it. It has been rattling around in my head. It is her essence in my oath. No flame was ever lit without first a spark. Was she trying to tell us to light a flame? She was giving us the spark of a flame to light? When it is the darkest and all hope is lost, it is passion that will light the flames of strength. The strong flame cuts your enemies the deepest.
If we solve the problem of the Blue Elves, if we take away Onevrius's godhood, and therefore he's not allowed to sacrifice them, we have no idea what happens, because that is basically, as Nunezeron told us, that is making a big shift 300 years ago. And so, who knows how the waters from the river will spread from there, right? So, what is at the core of the Ashen Mage's desires? So, it would be too risky to simply make it so that the Blue Elves were never cursed. Because, as we said,
Doesn't complete the problem.
it doesn't complete the problem, and it leaves, and it spins 100 other things, 1,000,000 other things into a question mark. So, if turning, I share your trepidation, Lily. Turning the Ashen Mage to our side, I think you still have
You still have the Battle of the Gods.
and you still have potentially a megalomaniacal individual.
Yes.
Who is also now a god.
Well, not necessarily, but yes, who is still trying for that.
Not if you put Fahima's soul inside of her.
Right.
That's what I'm suggesting.
That's an
I'm not
extremely-
saying turning the Ashen Mage into our weapon.
Yeah.
I'm saying giving Fahima's heart, mind, and soul to the Ashen Mage's body.
Right. That is an intriguing idea.
Feels wrong.
Why?
It sounds terrifying.
Worse
It
than
says-
the Ashen Mage winning? And destroying this whole world?
The Ashen Mage is not the problem. Just the problem now. The problem is the Urn of Invention.
But with the power of the urn, there's so much you can do.
Maybe I misunderstood when I learned of what the urn was. But was the urn essentially a wish machine?
As long as you put in...
Could think of it.
Well, and as long
What?
as you put in something to give it fuel, so to speak. I'm
Equal
sorry.
fuel.
I'm sorry, Lord Arrabann. Were you going to say something?
That is correct. What is the more dangerous thing? The weapon or the ammunition that fuels it? What is the most dangerous thing on the playing field right now? Is it the potential for a new urn? Or the 5 pieces of a god that are trying to be assembled by multiple parties?
Here's the other thing. Is we've seen Calcutta Theed walking around plain as day. So she at least knows how to break the curse of the drow for herself. So, if we just did what I suggested originally, which was just break the curse of the drow, I don't think we can have any security that she will be happy with that, because I think she can do it already, possibly.
Would she, if actually, now that you mention that, if we released all of their people, then they would not revere her as a god anymore, or would need no such need to.
That's a guess, though. I hear you. I think maybe it's a good idea, but it's a little bit of an assumption.
Whatever we do, I just caution us from making it too complicated.
I agree.
Because I think the thing with the wish, as we've been told, is that it is has a bit of a mind of its own, so it may not manifest exactly the way we want it to. So whatever we do, it seems like it has to be very specific and not too huge.
Yes. Let's continue down this line of thought. Right now, wherever the Ashen Mage is, she's got Yonmo and Ertenfurt on her side. Ertenfurt seems to be possibly building another clockwork warden. And they have Conroy. And they've closed the old one's access. If we drop Fahima into the middle of that, and then we'll have to... I'll have to reach out to her immediately. Because I can't imagine the confusion.
You mean if we replace the Ashen Mage? Yes.
Yeah.
I think...
No one knows the Ashen Mage as good as she does, out of us.
That's true.
She would be the perfect person to impersonate her briefly until she finds an opportunity to make a move.
It's just that she wouldn't know.
The only thing it does do is... Right, it removes the Ashen Mage's knowledge. Any knowledge that's not written down, at least. That's a negative. It's maybe a negative we can live with.
Okay, Lily gets out her notebook.
It is easier for Uggo when the answer is simple. Like, love is the solution.
It's easier for all of us that way.
Yes.
Your heart is in the right place, though, Uggo. And I think it's...
Give her a chance to see Conroy again.
I know.
Then she could make the choice again if she wanted to, after seeing her own father.
Well, if
Well, we
Fahima's
do
inside of the Ashen Mage, she would get to see her father again as well.
She would.
She would have control over that and be able to save him.
Where does the Ashen Mage go? Does she just stop existing? Is she in there with her?
Frankly, I don't care.
It's a good
Well, we
question.
should
She
care
can
if she's
burn
still
in
inside.
hell as far as I'm
I'm not worried
concerned.
about the Ashen Mage. I'm worried
Sid,
about
it's
what
a
happens to
matter of-
Fahima if we do that. If Ashen Mage is still inside her head, that would drive her insane.
Right.
Again, I think it's the trickiness of having a very
Right.
complicated wish.
Yes. That's why I was mentioning it.
It's a swap.
I am not worried about the Ashen Mage. I would behead her now if I could.
We're giving Fahima a chance.
Where is Fahima, Lord Arrabann? Where is Fahima's soul now? In the ether? In the ethereal plane?
A great question. One of the unanswerables.
Look, if this is a trial of trust, and we're going to trust one another, then we need to trust Fahima, and trust that she can do this.
I think she can.
You trust she can do it.
But I see Lily's fear that
We're not going to
how
be able
we-
to control every single aspect of this.
No, I know, but
whatever
how-
happens, happens. I think second guessing it and trying to pick it apart is a waste.
I know, I agree with you. I'm trying to control what we can control by being careful about the wording. But I do think, Civ, this might be the best idea you've ever had, and you've had a lot of great ideas. All right.
Yes, my hesitation is we say we replace the Ashen Mage's soul and mind with Fahima's, yes?
Mm-hmm.
That to me feels vague. That to me feels like, is the Ashen Mage also still there?
Mm-hmm.
Does the Ashen Mage still have any kind of control?
Mm-hmm.
Does Fahima then take over the Ashen Mage's point of view? Or does she feel like Fahima did?
She wouldn't be Fahima if that happened.
Right.
But she would
That would be going against the
Still.
the root of the wish. 100% heart, mind, and soul.
We'd like to replace.
There would not be a single iota of the Ashen Mage. Her physical form can be intact, but as far as everything else is concerned, send it to the 9 hells. May it never return. May it burn for all eternity.
Replacing the mind and soul of the Ashen Mage with Fahima inside the Ashen Mage's body, and send the Ashen Mage's essence.
I'd like to point out that in the rules of wishes, an and means 2 wishes.
Fine, then I don't care where she goes.
Oh. That's dangerous. Oh, that's dangerous.
Civ likes to gamble big.
What if she goes into the body of a warden?
There's no warden with a vacancy.
Maybe they don't need to have a vacancy.
Maybe not.
Or any of the demon
could
lords that
argue-
exist in the void.
You could argue that the Ashen Mage is currently more powerful than one of the wardens. Because she's got 3 motes.
3 of them.
Well, there's also, this is a little bit off topic, but there's also the question of we still don't know the intentions of Shothrgot. I think we've kind of confirmed that again and again.
But we have a lot more information about them, her, now.
Yeah.
I'd feel a lot more comfortable trying to go and deal with Shothrgot, knowing the Ashen Mage and the 3 wardens aren't going to raise all of Ayn while we're in the process of doing that.
I agree. What the Ashen Mage is on the road to feels like pure destruction. We've seen it.
For sure.
And we would have to go to war. If we do anything else, we will have to go to the Ashen Mage and wipe her out, along with anybody that works for her, possibly even the wardens at the same time.
Yeah.
If we were to assume the forms of the wardens now, we would still have to go to war.
Right.
And hundreds of thousands of people would die.
Right.
This is killing one person, or possibly removing one person's soul and replacing it with someone that we love.
Possibly.
I can think of no other way of doing this without massive death and bloodshed.
You sold me. I got nothing better than that.
Yeah, I guess there's just the lingering fear in my mind that we still don't have all of the information on the Ashen Mage, and she perhaps is a bit more... We might agree with her side a bit more than we do now if we did have the information, and potentially there's some sort of conflict. You know, this is like tinfoil theory that she's supposed to go head-to-head with Shothrgot or with the Demon Lords, or there's some conflict there
Then
that
you
we'll be
could do it.
stopping.
Yeah.
You could do it.
We're not taking her off the playing field. We're just
Yeah.
We're replacing our queen with her queen.
basically.
And then you get to do whatever you want as the queen.
Do we know that she has all the power?
No.
No.
And that
She's still
We
And
just
that-
still looking for other motes.
I just mean, like, if replacing the Ashen Mage with someone who has a different view, will that actually destroy all of her power? All of her followers?
it's a good question.
Or are
There's
they...
no way to know that.
Yeah.
I know.
But and there's no way to solve it either. Not in one
But-
stroke.
Well, her
But
followers, I feel like Yanmo is swayable. Vic was certainly swayable.
I agree.
And there's
It also
Urtenberg.
doesn't have to be one stroke. You know?
Right.
I mean, this does feel like a catch-all opportunity for you guys, but it doesn't have to be.
Right. No, as I think I said earlier, there is no one solution that just goes, we're done. Unless, except maybe turning back the clock 300 years and killing Onivrius, but I don't think any of us like
I think
that idea.
That creates chaos, I think.
Chaos.
Yeah.
Anything that deals with the past messes everything up.
Right.
We've learned
Fahima
that
wouldn't
lesson
exist.
the hard way.
Yeah.
Right.
We would all probably not
So
exist.
Nezeran would go tisk 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 from wherever he is or wherever they
Or
are.
maybe that is the solution. Maybe the solution is to prevent it, that we no longer exist. Maybe that is the sacrifice.
I'm not doing the what if game and repeating history again. I'm not doing that.
Yeah,
Well, we have to do the what if game a little bit.
a little bit, but you can draw the boundaries a little bit.
Lord A, when you say an and is a second wish, so if we wished Fahima into the Ashen Mage's body, could we say mind and soul, or no? Only pick one.
I think
Use a
that's-
comma.
Mind, soul. What about semicolons?
Well, that's improper grammar, James, which you should know.
Yes. Of course. Sorry.
Lord Arrabann is a militant grammarian. Yeah, within reason. I, it's within reason when if there's two clauses,
Right.
Then
Yeah.
it's two wishes.
It's the spirit of the thing.
Yeah.
Just
You're saying that better to kill Ashen Mage because, or rather, excuse me, it is killing her, but replace her with Fahima's soul is better than going back and killing Onivrius.
I think
Because it is less destructive to timeline?
yes, and it doesn't. It doesn't.
The better solution is to kill Onivrius.
That just injects more chaos into the situation.
And we could be right back here, except we won't have the four of us. Knowing what we know.
It's a lot of pressure as a player.
Also, the lesson that the
A
Queen of
lot.
the Shazengao was trying to impart on you was that Onivrius just happens to be this guy.
Right. That's why.
Right,
I
and
actually
the Ashen
did
Mage
say
is the next Onivrius.
He's
and
got
how
his
do you
thumb on the button
undo
right
the
now.
hatred and the greed and the will of someone wanting that much power? You inject someone inside of that person who is not filled with hatred and anger and greed
right.
and wanting all of that power.
So, but replacing her with Fahima doesn't solve that problem either.
Why not?
There's still going to be someone eventually,
Yes.
is what you're saying.
As we said, no matter what, there's always work to do. And the
So
work-
getting rid of the Ashen Mage of the time is not the solution.
it could be the solution now, but there's still more work to do.
I see.
And the work to do is to
Yes.
use all the Ashen Mage's knowledge to uncurse the Blue Elves, to increase communication amongst others, to...
But we won't have that knowledge.
We won't, maybe. But
That'll be gone.
we'll have some of her power,
Seems...
and we'll at least turn our attention toward it, not damning them all over again after, by setting back the clock.
Again, we have to trust Fahima.
Yeah.
If she's going to make this sacrifice, then I say we give her the power and the knowledge that she's always wanted.
The knowledge of what knowledge?
I reach into the bag of holding and pull out the Ashen Mage's book.
But she won't have that knowledge, because we replaced the Ashen Mage's mind.
You don't think the Ashen Mage has other copies?
Well,
There
no,
will
I know
be-
she does, but I'm saying she won't have her mind.
We'll lose some. There's no doubt we will lose some. But
Because I don't know...
This
I
is where
guess-
she was going. This is what she always wanted. I saw it. I spoke to her about it.
Well, I guess my question then is, why do we even need the Ashen Mage involved at all? Why don't we just wish
Because
Fahima to replace the Ashen Mage?
It removes the threat at the same time as
That's what I'm
bringing back the
saying,
person
is
that we love.
Bring back Fahima and replace the Ashen Mage.
I think that's an and, isn't it?
Replace Fahima with the Ashen Mage. Replace the Ashen Mage with Fahima.
Then we also potentially lose the Ashen Mage's power. I mean, even with her, that's a question. It's possible that if you put Fahima's mind inside the Ashen Mage, then she is not a level 20 wizard. She's Fahima's level of power, which
Right.
is
I just wonder if we're just cursing Fahima to be in the Ashen Mage's body, in a way. What does that do for her? She just has her physical form?
Well, yes, and she will seem. I mean, it gains us some ground in turning Yon Mo and turning the Drow towards a better side, because these Fahima's words will be coming from Calcutta Theed. That's one reason for it. I don't know, but it's an idea.
Yes.
I think just putting Fahima literally body and soul Fahima in her place puts Fahima in massive danger, and they could kill her. So that's
Right, that's why I suggested her soul, her heart, her mind inside of the body of the Ashen Mage.
right. So
I don't see Yanmo or Ertenfurt turning on the Ashen Mage unless they really want to invoke the wrath of a horrible, evil, powerful wizard. I don't think it would even take Fahima that long to learn how to impersonate her if she really wanted to play the role.
She spent a lot of time around her. And maybe if I can reach out and send her a message moments after she arrives to let her know exactly what's happening, then suddenly we have an ace up our sleeve.
And if she can tell us where they're at currently too, we could head there immediately to try to aid her.
Unfortunately, we no longer have our fastest traveling teleporter with us. But yes.
Lord Arrabann, where is the entrance to the void?
It is in the west. The mouth of the void.
Not familiar with that location on a map.
Most aren't. He puts his finger. I don't know. He manifests a map. Puts his finger on the map. It's if you're looking at your map of Ein. There's a big obvious hole on the left-hand side of the map.
I saw that, and it doesn't have any writing on it either, does it?
No, it's just there in the
cave.
face of what looks
Just
like
a
a mountain.
Big giant hole.
Oh, the big hole, of course. I'm very familiar with the big hole.
Oh.
Nope.
Damn.
Moving on.
Baby, don't hurt me.
There it is.
Hurt me no more.
By the way, that's the name of this episode, is What is Love?
What is love?
Sorry, I just opened my map. Where are we looking? By the savagery?
To the left. To the left of the
it's-
Pash Mountains.
Yeah.
To the right of the
Northeast of the savagery. Little unmarked.
Sean, if you have the map handy, you can bring it up
Oh.
for everybody watching.
Cave?
Yeah, it's a big giant.
Yeah, that
Oh,
cave.
okay.
You know, like I described a big cave in that big monologue I said.
Yes.
To be honest, I thought that was worse.
Well, I know it sounds like you all agree that this is the decision. I'm going to say that I disagree,
Not.
but I don't have a
I do
strong
disagree.
other option. It's just, as someone who uses disguise self a lot, and it gets me very far, I think we're really playing with fire, just replacing Fahima in the Ashen Mage's body. She's surrounded by a lot of very other powerful people, and I don't want, no offense to Fahima, she knows I love her, but acting is not her strong suit.
And she would be
And
alone.
we are
would not be
asking
there.
her to convince people of something. And also, does her accent come along? We don't know. I'm just saying, there's a lot of things performance-wise that make me very uncomfortable about this whole situation. I'm not trying to throw a wrench in
I
everything.
trust her.
Well, I don't in that situation, I'll be honest.
Well, that was the trial.
I don't think that was.
I look over at Lord Arrabann. Was this not a trial of trust?
I'm not getting in the middle of this one.
You're
I
a
think it was a
smart
trial
man.
of trust.
You're a smart man, Squid Thing.
I think it is a trial of trust. I'm just saying I don't think Fahima knew that we were going to bring her back as the Ashen Mage. I don't think that's a trust. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, maybe that was what she was trying to say when she said, about the.
I think she
first light
wanted,
spark.
and correct me if I'm wrong, Jessica, I think she wanted to give us the opportunity to do something with this wish that was going to make a difference. Right?
I can confirm that everything we heard tonight was brand new to me.
How do you mean?
Everything that Jeff said tonight was brand new to me. I therefore,
You didn't know there was a
I
wish.
could not have had the intentions of giving you a wish because all of this was new to me. There was something else spurred on this series of events. That's not to say I'm against anything, but I'm just telling you, the facts.
So then what do you want?
She said she wants what's best for the story.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's... Yeah, it's a lot of pressure to go along with this plan, if it succeeds. But I'm DTP. Down to play.
I feel like you just made
I feel
that
like
up.
you missed. I also feel like you missed an opportunity to say you're down to clown.
Well, it's a missed opportunity.
I'm DTP, baby.
Clearly.
By the way, your past
J-Rock this thing.
your past decisions better have did a
Yeah.
fist pump when they got the shout out in Jeff's story.
I do what I can.
Look, Jess, I don't want to pressure you into anything, but if I didn't think you could handle this, I would have never suggested this as an idea. I believe in you as...
I believe in Jessica.
Yeah.
Don't make it sound like I don't believe in Jessica.
Look, Jessica, I know Katie and Ron hate you.
Wait a minute.
Jared is doing the trial of trust, but he's mixing characters and players right now. That's not fair.
You're metagaming in real life, Jared.
Jess said we could.
No, yeah, I know.
Again, I mean,
But not
I wanna
against
get in
our
on
friendship. Like,
I want to get in on it because I'm,
Yeah, you're the
probably,
DM.
I probably shouldn't, but
no, get in
you
on
on your
this.
the
own
way
Yeah.
I'm thinking, I
Break all the
listen.
walls.
This is literally a. I had no idea what this is an inflection point, and I have no idea what's happening next in our story. Here we go.
I know.
We're in it. We're
So
jumping
our
in.
choices are gonna.
And you're
be the
Yeah.
you're
right-
DTP.
You guys are
You're
making it
DTP
happen,
too,
right?
Jeff?
Huh?
You're DTP too?
Always. You know that.
Whatever we
You know
decide.
Jeff's been 24/7 DTP.
That's on my belt buckle. I don't know. I was done.
Oh my gosh, I really just now picture you wearing a huge DTP belt.
Jeff pulls open
New
his
merch.
shirt and there's
New
a
merch,
big
Ron.
tattoo that says DTP all along.
Unfortunately, it's Denver Trailer Park.
That's the only thing the tattoo artist knew how to do when he moved there. He needed something.
You guys have already brought this up, and I'm just churning through it in my head too. But what happens is Fahima dies, and then opens her eyes, and she's in the
Reborn.
Ashen Mage's lair.
Yep.
Yeah,
No
reborn.
idea what the plan is.
Correct.
No idea what's going on.
Yeah. That's the gamble.
Yep.
That's yeah.
And the Ashen Mage, the biggest bad, well, currently the biggest bad, is off the board.
Yeah.
Also, the biggest bad that we think is controlled just by herself.
Let me put it to you this way. Let's say we just bring Fahima back, right? We just do the safe thing.
I
We
get
bring
why you
Fahima
want to
back.
do it. I get why you want to do
We
it.
make our move. No, I'm being serious.
I know. I'm saying I get why you want to do it. I really do.
So we make our move, and one of us dies fighting the Ashen Mage and the three wardens and the moats and Yanmo and Erdenfurt.
We're not a wish.
That's what I'm saying. It's a pretty big loss. It's a pretty big hit.
Yes, but when you're trying to save the world, that loss is a little different than taking a wish away from the battlefield.
But we're not taking it away. We're using it.
Yes, but I guess what the point I've been making is she can still be the wish on the battlefield and still be herself and know now. Bring her back, tell her what's going on, have her tell us what she actually wants, and then do it.
And then kill her again?
That part is the hard part, yes. That part is the hard part. But informing her and having her be able to make the decision on her own accord, knowing fully what is the consequence.
She's truly
now.
a phoenix at that point. Just keep killing her and resummoning her.
It's not an unintentional metaphor.
It's crazy.
Right.
Yikes.
That's crazy, Jeff!
She has seen Meep do it how many times?
That's crazy.
Not that many, but a few.
Who's gonna kill her?
You know.
Yeah.
I mean, she's pretty good at herself.
She has to do it. We all close our eyes and she does it.
I guess I just don't see the point of the trauma.
Yeah,
Jessica's
I don't know.
here.
What is the trauma of a phoenix?
She's
Your
not a
hypothetical's
phoenix.
wrong.
well, but she is metaphorically in this case. She is metaphorically a phoenix. She can die and be resummoned at will. Like we literally just discussed that.
If that's
so
what's chosen
by
for the
metaphor,
wish,
yeah. I mean, if you choose her, I mean, what I'm identifying is metaphorically, she absolutely is a phoenix.
Okay, then why don't we just have her reborn as a fully grown phoenix then? And then we'll have a fully grown
We're getting lost.
phoenix on our side to go fight the Ashen Mage.
Well, then we don't have a wizard.
One of the things
Right, but we have a phoenix. I'm just saying, playing the what if game is
endless.
Yeah.
Well,
Right. But
one of the
still
things you
have
haven't
what if the
discussed, which I
options.
think is one of the options that Lord Arrabann was presenting, and I think is in line with what you as characters would all know at this point, is that there is some benefit to, theoretically, to Dahlia. There is, she is more blue elf than Fahima is, in a sense. You know what I mean? Or Wasira, for that matter, is full blue elf.
Right.
And maybe there's some benefit in utilizing that in turning the tide.
The only reason I didn't think about that is bringing a blue elf back in this state. Would that not then just put them underneath the curse and now we're screwed?
Right. So of course that's
So
the challenge with the
Dahlia's
Sira, but Dahlia has that beat.
Half human, so she can.
Right, because you
And
did
Dahlia-
identify that she does not have that issue.
Right.
Dahlia also is aligned. Well, so is Conroy, but she would have some sway with this other piece of the world that we haven't even explored yet that could possibly be on our side, the Aarakocra, and kind of their knowledge and their ideals, what they're going for.
Yeah.
Isn't that just playing into more of the what ifs?
I just wanted to bring it up as a
I think these are all what ifs. Your
Situation.
example is
Yeah,
also a
your
what if,
thing's a
right?
big what if, bigger than what ours is.
But, well,
what
No,
was
it's
just
not.
suggested.
We don't
Yeah,
know Dahlia.
absolutely.
Yeah,
We don't know
and-
Dahlia is going to
and
work
it-
with us. We don't know that Dahlia
Yeah, but
is.
putting what the point I'm making is what Jeff made, which is putting an unknowable and Fahima who doesn't realize what just happened in the body of the Ashen Mage is a way bigger risk than bringing back a Dahlia who we know how they feel about things. We do know that.
I disagree that it's a bigger risk because we don't know Dahlia's power, we don't know Dahlia's standing, and the Ashen Mage still remains. And the evil, the big evil coming to destroy everything is still right where it is. So
I think
that's
it's a huge risk to put her in there. Personally.
But
I think we're split in half, which is the trick.
It's all a huge risk, though.
I think that is the riskiest in the sense
I agree.
of like.
I agree that that's the
of these
riskiest thing
things.
to do.
I know it
That
seems
is
like
the
a
worst
faster
option, in my
solution,
opinion.
but I think that it actually puts us in a where we potentially lose the Ashen Mage's power. Other people in there want power as well. That's why they're with her, and we don't know what kind of power they have as well. She's surrounded by other powerful people, and we're then assuming that Fahima can keep that power as Fahima.
And that's assuming it works without a problem.
But that it's also
the wish works perfectly.
It's also, in worst case scenario, it's just taking the Ashen Mage's power off the table.
Well, additionally,
And killing Fahima if they just kill the Ashen Mage, if they realize it's not her.
Yeah, if she slips up.
If then she just kills the Ashen Mage, kills Fahima, we still have people who
All
have
right,
power.
it's pretty clear to me that
can I say
Morgan and I
something
are on
else?
one side. Sure, go
Wait,
ahead.
let me say something else. So to kind of circle back to making the smallest move, which I think has been iterated a couple times, if there's a way to bring back Fahima as Dahlia in a way that it's sort of a merging of her two forms, since she is the same person, then she sort of becomes a super Fahima with a huge amount of knowledge, a whole other set of skills, a whole other set of people to fight on your side. That seems like the biggest small move that you could make.
Is that what you want to do?
That's assuming a lot about Dahlia, isn't it?
Well, Dahlia is Fahima, and she was on Conroy's side, and Conroy raised Fahima, so I don't think that they can be too different in their ideals.
No, in ideals, yes. Yes. Ideals, yes. Power,
What are you worried about?
ability to sway the blue elves or the drow now, like ability to... It's very possible that just bringing back Dahlia brings us back a weaker Fahima with none of the same connections.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you could meld them, if the wish could somehow be used to say, let's merge the two lives, let's merge the two ends of this wish that was created, to bring her together into one form of who she is, because they're both Dahlia. Just Fahima has a different name, and she was born of fire and ash.
So return Dahlia to life with Fahima's memories.
It is going to be weird for Conroy. I'm just going to say that.
I mean,
Gross.
I mean,
He's forgotten.
let's be fair. It's been weird for him.
Well, did he forget though?
It's always been weird. It's always been weird.
But yeah, he doesn't remember, right? Because it's with Lord Arrabann.
Right.
That's
He-
secret.
Was he unburdened
offloaded
that
the
secret?
Oh, right.
Right.
Oh, right.
Which makes sense. Yeah, probably would unburden that secret real quick.
Please.
Please. Yeah, no, I'm done. My daughter, that's it.
Well,
Oh, and she's a royal bloodline of the Blue Elves, which means she would definitely have some sway, at least with the Ashen Mage. You'd think.
Especially
I
against
mean,
the Ashen Mage.
who knows? But she's the royal
Air.
granddaughter of,
Here's this blue.
yeah, the Queen of the Blue Elves.
It's very risky.
Civ and James, it feels like Ugo and I have one opinion and you are of another.
I mean,
Yes?
I'm willing to consider all of it.
I know. I'm just saying, as of right now, my notes in my agenda of the two options we have, it feels like Ugo and I are maybe perhaps leaning one way and you two are leaning another way.
Well, are you both?
Which is
are
a
you
metaphorical splitting of the party.
Both, okay. Yes. Well, you know it's a
You made
favorite
a song
thing to do.
about that.
I did. I set the time to sing it, but
Are you saying? So are you both now thinking that this merging of Fahima and Dahlia is the way to go?
I just don't feel comfortable putting.
I
the
think it's a
Ashen
better
Mage
option
on.
than replacing Ashen Mage. Yes.
I think that idea is very fascinating. I just think it holds way more risk and way more potential for a waste of Fahima's life.
Compared to the thousands of people that are going to die when we go to war.
You
I mean,
are
it's
assuming that replacing her stops the war. It does not
There's a
necessarily.
chance.
There's a chance.
There's
it
a
does.
There's a chance this does as well.
How? Without killing everyone
The
that serves
queen,
the Ashen Mage.
the heir of the Blue Elves is back.
So?
Has returned.
So?
So Ashen's Mage sway with the dark the Dark Elves is over.
They're not Blue Elves anymore. They're Drow.
Yeah, that's a question.
Why would they care about a Blue Elf queen that's been gone for
No,
generations?
they want Fahima.
I think right now it seems like you two are on one side, Morgan and I are on another side, so we should just leave it up to Jessica since it's her character to be the tiebreaker. So if she wants to be...
Are you speaking as Sib or as Jared?
Yeah.
I am Jared right now. I'm Jared.
You keep switching back and forth.
All I know is we got to decide because I have no idea what's happening next week.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think we leave it up to Jessica. She gets to decide. She gets to be the tiebreaker.
Jessica.
It's a lot of pressure.
Really?
For Jessica.
Sorry.
That is a lot
We
of
can leave it
pressure
up
for
to the
Jessica.
watchers. You guys want to make a poll and let the watchers decide?
I mean, if these are the two, I mean, I also think this is a very big decision, and
I think it's a
maybe
decision
should
we
have
need to
some
make.
that we need to make. But I would certainly love to hear their opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you guys make the
I think
decision.
we
But
have
yeah,
to make
they,
the
I think we make the
they can
decision,
weigh
but
in.
I do also think it's maybe a cool idea if we hear their opinion. Personally, just my personal.
Yes, yeah, I'm certainly
we
down
can
to
do a
hear
poll.
that.
We just make that very clear to the watchers. We want to know what your opinion is.
Lily will
The
just kind of
decision
look at
still
the
lies with
amulet,
us.
exhausted from going back and forth with everyone.
I would
and
like
be
to. I would.
Please.
I would like to clear a little more space to let Jessica
Yeah.
voice her
Yeah,
position
for sure.
if she has one. So here,
Jessica, the fate of the show?
Just to sort of, pull the curtain back a little bit. This is a show of trust that she has given me, and a lot of. I mean, she literally didn't know the origin of her own character that she's played for 3 years, and she found it out tonight, while also losing that character. So it's a big thing, and I want you to be cool with what happens next, because it's your character. You've put a lot of love and care and thought and time into it, and I want you to feel like the next steps are ones that you feel good about.
Did someone do a poll? I'm sorry.
I'm sure one of the mods already
Okay.
did it. I haven't, but
Yeah.
I'm not looking. I don't know. I don't have it up, but
Yeah.
those things tend to happen pretty fast.
Yeah.
Fahimalia.
What?
It is currently up. You got a little more time,
You
everybody.
guys could just wish her back as Fahuli.
Wish for what? Fahimage?
My gosh.
Fahimalia.
Okay, well, I'll say
Fahimalia is winning by a lot right now.
I think it's a really cool, risky move to go and be the Ashen Mage. I think that we saw that the Ashen Mage had raiments. She knows how to get the motes. She also potentially knows that Fahima is a wish. Like, why else does she need Fahima alive? She could have gotten Fahima this whole time if she wanted to, but just let her go. And yeah, that's quite mysterious. But that's a lot of pressure as a player to kind of once again be on my own for a period of time and try to get out of there with my dad and not getting caught. Very risky. But also could change the story in a more immediate way.
Your dad might also die. If we do anything less than that.
Yeah.
He might already be dead.
Right.
Well, if the Ashen Mage is using him as collateral, then he's probably not dead.
He's probably alive in order to make sure we get there.
And then coming back as Dahlia is exciting because that's kind of a clean slate in a way.
And you play your own mom, which would be cool.
Yeah, but potentially feels like less immediately impactful because she's like more of like a long-term tool, like finessing what her knowledge can do to further the story.
I think your mom's a long-term tool. Pretty sure you just said that,
Syra.
That's right.
I mean, there is no easy answer. I think James likes the idea of basically ending the war without a shot, and so that's the lure of eliminating the Ashen Mage. because as long as she remains, it's unclear. It's unclear what will sway the Drow. We know she has some sway with them. We know the Ashen Mage does, and so that was my thought. I think there's absolutely a chance that Dahlia could have similar sway or have similar knowledge or something along those lines, and her lineage with the Blue Elves could help with that. I mean,
There's also the benefit of then Fahima knows what she needs to do if she comes back as Dahlia.
We're gonna have to be
Or at
careful.
least
We're gonna have to be careful about that. Yeah,
I guess we can indicate to her what's gone on rather than if we
well,
turn her
but
into
also
Ashen Mage, then there's
it'll
no info.
It'll be in how we wish it as well.
Well, that's true of both of them. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, there is something sweet about the outcome of her being transported into the Ashen Mage because she's been kind of, you know, tied to the Ashen Mage for so long. There's a part of me that wonders if, given the Ashen Mage's knowledge, Fahima wouldn't try to explore the Ashen Mage's power a little bit. And
which is exactly what Lily said, was like, well, how do we know that if we put her in that body, she's not just going to be like, oh, now I can become a god because I know how.
Because that's the trust of Fahima.
For sure.
But I also don't think she's going to know how. I don't think she's going to have any of the Ashen Mage's knowledge.
That's true. But you also do get the benefit. I do see that, but you also do get the benefit of just taking the Ashen Mage off the board.
Yeah. But I get it.
But you still have all of her allies, though. It takes her off the board, but all the other people that are still alive are still threats and could carry on.
Want power.
And there's one of them that's real smart that could probably continue to do what she's already been doing.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean.
To fill us in on the polls, by the way, we're now on a round 2 of a poll. Round one.
Go ahead.
Round 1 of the poll was very clear. It was something like 80% for Fahima Dahlia, or Fahimalia, I think, and now the round 2 of the poll is they've given people the option of just bringing back Fahima, and that one is currently winning.
Wow.
It's Fahima Ashen Mage, Fahima Dahlia, and just
Fahima.
But Fahima Dahlia is gaining.
Is gaining. We're just procrastinating.
I told everybody this was going to be a very different episode.
No kidding.
I'm curious.
I hope
Jeff, what is your opinion here? As a player and a DM, as part of this group, as our friend and confidant, what is your...
I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued by this. I think this plan, this outside the box thing, Jared, it's awesome. My fear is that it creates another situation where Jessica and I are playing by ourselves. And that's literally the only downside to this from a me perspective is it means, the solution is up to one of the 5. And the rest of the 4, the other 4 are
we get a few weeks off.
Sideline.
You've exposed our plan. No,
I changed my vote.
That's the only downside to the plan. I think it's intriguing and interesting.
I think with the advent of portals and teleportation and the access that the Ashen Mage and Fahima has, I'm not worried about that. But again, I think this really comes down to what Jessica wants, because it's her character, it's what she's going to play, and I don't think it's fair for us to necessarily decide who she is.
I see that.
The second, that's nice of you, but I don't really feel that way. I feel like
there is also there is something to say that this is our story too. Like, we helped make this story as well. It is her character that's going on for sure.
And in a way, not to be a stupid thespian, but it's fun, I think, to be given something to play with and not necessarily be the writer of it.
Boo, go back to theater school.
It's kind of fun to be handed something and to say work with it and justify it, and
you get to play Lady Macbeth.
Great.
The second poll ended, by the way, 44% just Fahima, 43% Fahima Dahlia.
Wow. And then and Fahima Ashen Mage is like nothing?
It was very low. Yeah. I will say though that
surprised.
There was a lot of non-voters. Mm-hmm. So I think we have to accept those people. Mm-hmm. But both polls had maybe half our current viewers voting. So
those who were strong, those who had a particular passion,
people were abstaining as a way of
putting it on us,
voicing their vote. Okay,
for sure.
Well, I don't think we're offloading the decision. I hope this is entertaining. To me, again,
I'm on the edge of my seat, man. Personally,
this is extremely entertaining because I literally don't know what's going to happen next.
I don't know either.
And I find that interesting. I know we're doing a lot of meta, and we 112 episodes. We've never done this, and so I think it's a fun departure, and I think it's really interesting to hear you guys work through the problem. And I think it's a problem.
It's also often suggested in the DMG that you play this way, that you learn how to play this way. It's a collective storytelling situation for sure. I just want to say I love all of you. This has been awesome so far.
I love you. I love you. I love all of you. Except Katie. No, just kidding.
I'm speaking as Lily.
I love you so much. And James loves Lily.
Jared keeps being like, and Katie doesn't want to do it. Too.
Jared?
People are like, I like the show better when it was songs and poetry. And they fought a new monster every week.
That person needs to put their keyboard down a little lower.
Real podcast joke there.
It would be much easier if Fahima was here.
The Ashen Mage.
What if we bring back Fahima, significantly powerful, more powerful than she is now?
Could we do that?
Level 20 Fahima?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Because then she can cast a wish!
Could we do that?
Yeah, I guess in a way that's wishing for more wishes.
It's kind of like wishing for more wishes.
No, it is not. It's wishing for a very
it's a loophole. I'm saying I'll go into loophole.
No.
We found the loophole.
We found it. It's going to backfire so poorly.
It's so bad.
Well, and that's... We'd honestly be wishing for a different Fahima at that point, too.
Yes. Agreed.
That feels like a real monkey's paw situation.
Yeah.
Because the eight levels between level 12 and level 20. Who knows what happens to Fahima
Did
together?
you get a
Might
free
be Ashen Mage.
The Frogurt is also cursed.
I don't
So I
want
love
to make
the
a decision.
Yeah, we kicked it
Too
to her to
hard.
make the decision, and she doesn't want to make it.
It's too hard.
I would say you could have a week to think about it, but I got to make a show for next week, so.
Yeah.
Right. I think...
Are we still split?
No, I don't know that we are. But I don't know where I am. The things that I like about the Ashen Mage plan is that the biggest violent, volatile chemical in this entire chemistry set is gone.
Is it the biggest one, though?
What's bigger?
I would think that the old ones are pretty big and vile.
Well, we can't touch those.
Those
with
are
a
probably
wish.
our big.
Jeff said, we can't touch those. With
I
a wish.
understand that. What I'm saying is, what he said was the biggest volatile bad guy is gone, and I'm
The
saying
biggest
I
are
don't
ones
think
that
that's
we
true.
could actually do something about right now.
Also, is the Ashen Mage controlled by the old ones at all? Do we know?
Doesn't seem to be. As far as Lord Arrabann, correct me if I'm wrong, there doesn't seem to be much of a connection between the Ashen Mage and the old ones, is there?
Define connection.
Insight check.
Wait.
Insight check, and I'll use Fahima's insight bonus.
The second roll of the entire show. You have advantage from Goofus McDorkle.
Thank you, Goofus.
And we also got a potato from Just Jules. Thank you, Just Jules. You're the best.
Is it countered? It's not countered. My advantage.
No, it is not counted.
Wow. Okay. And I will think of Fahima and add whatever her insight bonus is.
What is your insight bonus, Fahima?
My insight bonus is...
Ooh, probably not very.
Rolled pretty good.
It's not very good. It's +2.
That's fine. I rolled a 16. I have a +2, so that makes it a dirty 20.
I mean, I think you recognize that Lord Arrabann is trying to figure out how to answer truthfully. I think he's trying to answer you truthfully. He is attempting to answer you truthfully. You said, is there a connection between the Ashen Mage and the Old Ones? And he said, define connection.
Well, the Ashen Mage has a connection to dragons. She's made a scale pact, yes?
Yes.
And the dragons...
Is there a demon pact?
And the dragons seem to be working... We've seen the symbol of dragons and the void. Are the dragons working with the Old Ones? In a way?
No.
Is there an equivalent with the Old Ones? A pact? Well, I guess I answered my own question because we see a living embodied one here.
Is the Ashen Mage working with the Old Ones?
No.
Does the Old Ones have any control over the Ashen Mage?
No.
Does the Ashen Mage have any control over the Old Ones?
No. No. No.
I like to imagine the squid tentacles going...
Well, if we're still split and I have to be the decision maker, then I will potentially just
turn off your camera and leave.
Just click.
I should have came back for this episode.
Let the dice decide, is what you're saying?
No, don't do that.
It's ready.
Are you gonna take the dice over the audience?
I was gonna say,
You're gonna do it arbitrary. Might as well be the audience.
I can accept.
That's
I
true.
can accept
That's
the
true.
Fahima Dahlia plan with. We just need to be very careful about how we word it. It's just, you know what it. I just want everyone to know exactly the risks that are at stake with it. Is that the war that Civ is talking about could very well still happen. Now, it does give us Fahima, it does give us possibly a connection to the Blue Elves. Perhaps we do have another contact besides Calcutta Theed down with the Drow. We have Dip Theed. Maybe Dip Theed and Dahlia share a connection. I don't know. But leaving Calcutta Theed, as we say, on the board is scary. For a lot of reasons. And yeah.
You had what were you gonna say, Lily?
No.
Katie.
Oh, it's okay.
I actually think I do know what I want to do. I think going with the Ashen Mage is really cool and really smart, really risky, scary, and fun. But I think thematically, I think there's a lot of magic in fusing this wish together. Fusing Dahlia and Fahima together. She was reincarnated and sacrificed herself. And to kind of come full circle with that is really beautiful to me. So if I have to make a decision, I think it's that.
So now we need to decide how we phrase this wish.
Yep.
Jeff, Uggo is going to think of, hey, how, in terms of like magic and arcana, how do wishes work? And I'm going to use Fahima's arcana.
You have advantage from Kitty Scritches.
You have a +9.
Kitty Scritches. You have +9? Cool, because I have a -1, so great!
Oh.
Here we go. All right. It is a 19 total.
It becomes clear to you that the best way to do a wish is to have it be clear, concise, single clause, not rambling.
Declarative statement.
Declarative statement. And that the thing you are aware of in this, reflective moment that Ugo has this Arcana check is that wishes, as you saw with Conroy, wishes will go as off the rails as they possibly can.
Yeah. Because it's chaos.
Which is true of both of our choices.
Wish gonna do what a wish wants to do.
Wish gonna do what a wish gonna do.
Yeah, I mean, all the choices are chaotic.
For sure.
I think I may have an idea of how to phrase this. Maybe.
Okay, I'm gonna
Going
write
to say it
down.
out loud. I'm not
just
going to
gonna
say
write
I
it down. We're not
wish.
yet.
Okay, right. Yeah, just hypothetically.
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically is the most magical word in the
Yeah.
universe.
Hypothetically.
It dispels all magic.
Hypothetically. What if we say, bring back Dahlia to life, restore her abilities and powers with Fahima's knowledge and experience and connections?
There's a lot of ands in
Muted,
that.
Jess.
But they're all the same compacted idea.
Can you repeat that? I want to write this down so we can workshop it.
Return Dahlia.
I need a whiteboard.
Return Dahlia to the living.
Okay.
You guys realize that
careful.
however we word this, Jeff can still poke holes in it.
1000%.
That's
Word.
what
Yeah.
that's what a
Yeah.
dungeon
Jeff
master
could have it.
does.
Yeah,
That's
Doesn't
why
mean we don't try.
That's why the EULAs are 400 pages long,
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, return Dahlia to the living,
I
comma.
feel like we should call an actual lawyer and have them type it up for us.
Honey.
With all
Give
of
it
her
the
knowledge,
You
With
get,
all
you
of
get
her-
the spicy spouses back up in here.
with all of her experiences intact, merged with Fahima's.
Oh, God.
Because experience would cover knowledge, loves, hatreds, all the things that she has
I
experienced.
think the early part can be worked better. Return
Sure,
to the
sure.
living feels murky.
Okay, I just want to put this out there. We don't want a baby. Okay, which is what happened last time.
Well, that's why I said with all of her experiences.
Which in
I
both of
assumed that would
the
cover
in both of the situations that we've discussed could have been a baby. Imagine if we replaced the Ashen Mage with Fahima and it was a baby.
I think Ugo just wished the boss baby back into
I think we win. I think we win D&D if that happens.
You got boss baby.
Oh my god.
The world's smartest baby.
Return to the
intelligence of
living
20.
as an adult.
Then she just gets to play brick for the rest of the day.
Which is what Jessica's been wanting to do.
That's what brick is.
That was my whole plan.
No.
Oh my God.
He
Okay.
is also a reincarnation.
All right.
Okay,
Return Dahlia to the living with all of her knowledge, with all of her experiences, intact, merged with Fahima's.
How about instead of the living, return Dahlia alive as an adult?
Return Dahlia
And
alive.
this plane. Should we specify this plane?
Return Dahlia alive to Ein as
to
an
here.
adult.
No, here.
To
This place.
I don't
right
want her
now.
to be in Oya Tuscan at a circus.
True.
also can we specify the time and space, like
Right now?
Right now.
No. Oh God.
Right now.
return Dahlia to the present.
Right off the rails.
To the present.
Return Dahlia to us here.
Alive.
No, let's start with Fahima. Return Fahima to us here with all of her knowledge and abilities
Merged in perfect harmony with
combined,
Dahlia.
combined with the knowledge of Dahlia.
But we
No
need
abilities?
Dahlia, though.
We don't want abilities of. We don't want Dahlia's abilities.
Yes.
Yeah, we want Dahlia. Right?
we?
So
I
she
don't-
needs to. Well, she needs to be. Well, that was what we discussed. Yes, that we need Dahlia for her knowledge of blue elves and because she is queen.
Right. Oh, right. No, she needs to look like Dahlia. You're right. She can't
Yes.
be Fahima's body. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Trust me, I would prefer Fahima.
I know. You're right.
Lily's scratching out a billion sentences on her agenda.
Well, what do you think, Civ?
You guys look in the corner, and Lord Arrabann and Milo are asleep.
You did this!
I don't think there's any perfect way to word it. No matter how you do it, chaos is going to sneak in one way or another.
Yep.
I don't think we can do perfect, but we could do close.
Yep.
Right, but just saying this date, this time, this body with this person abilities. I mean, at one point you just have to sort of take a leap of faith.
Right. I agree.
Wait a minute. Did you just say that out loud?
Leap of faith?
Yeah.
Yes.
Civ takes
Well,
a level
not
of
one to
paladin.
take a leap of faith. I have said that to you many times.
All right.
Okay, so return Dahlia to Ein here, combine with Fahima's knowledge and power as an adult.
That feels weird.
That's pretty close, I think, though.
With piles of gold.
Return. Lord Arrabann, where are we? Are we still in Ein at this moment, or are we on some other plane?
We are in my lair.
Can we
Yeah.
just say return Dahlia to here? Is that too vague?
Yes. No, to here. To here. To us. Here.
Here right now.
Return.
Dahlia
Will-
alive. Maybe it needs to be in there.
Sure.
That's an adult.
Well, they're both dead, so I think it should be specified.
Alive.
Return Dahlia alive to here, combine with Fahima's knowledge and abilities as an adult woman.
Lord Araban, question.
Gender's unimportant, really. I mean,
Do you think that a wish would return someone alive as an undead? Would that be considered alive by a wish?
I don't know. I've never seen that happen.
I have a question for you, Lord Araban. If the motivation behind the wish and the feeling in the heart, if that matters when it comes to making the wish.
Absolutely, that matters.
Well,
You saw
then, there you
Conroy
go.
just say, "Bring her back," and
it's a good question.
it was inferred who her was.
There you go. I think the more we can inject our own love for Fahima and to make this work, the better chance we have at there not being as many holes shot into it.
Yes.
I'll go hugs,
Well.
Civ.
Well said. All right.
Proud of you,
So,
friend.
just to go over it one more time. Return Dahlia alive to here, combine with Fahima's knowledge and abilities as an adult. Any gender. I won't say that. We won't say that part. We won't say
Yeah,
that
let's
part.
not
gender.
put
An
that.
adult. An
Eye
adult.
color, totally up to you.
We just want our friend. We just want our friend back, not a baby.
Fahima. ASL.
Oh God. All right.
Okay. Let me for it one more time. Return Dahlia alive to here, combine with Fahima's knowledge and abilities as an adult.
Return Dahlia here,
Alive to here,
alive
to here.
to here, as she was when she died, combined with Fahima's.
I think you're risking a tentacle if you do that.
Yeah, I am. Oh,
I think instead of saying knowledge, we
That
should
would-
say-
Dies immediately again.
and we're right back here making the wish again.
Civ just leaves.
I think we should say experiences instead of knowledge, because experiences incorporates knowledge and is more accurate.
Knowledge
Okay.
and experiences.
Experiences and
best
ability.
Episode ever.
I mean, we could
I
literally
was to
spend
say,
4 hours.
for those of us
Instead
Yeah.
of what
having
is
a
love,
wish.
what is a wish?
Yeah.
For those of us still with us, I love you so much.
Okay, return Dahlia alive to here, combine with Fahima's experiences and abilities as an adult.
Okay.
Can you just add one thing to that?
In
Her
bed.
heart.
A what?
Her heart.
Experiences, abilities, and heart. I love it.
Aww.
She'll have 2 hearts now.
And she dies.
Benefit. Twice the hearts, twice fast the bloodstream.
Twice the blood magic power.
There you go.
Okay.
I
One
don't
more
need
time.
your beating heart. I've got an extra.
Return Dahlia alive to here, combined with Fahima's experiences, abilities, and heart as an adult.
Okay.
Also invincible.
Also
That is an and. I
Also
think.
level 20.
That's an
As
and.
an adult,
That's an
dragon, level 20.
P.S. Laser eyes. Laser eyes.
Laser eyes.
Laser eyes.
And money.
Parachute hat.
$1 million gold.
Money.
Lots of money.
All right. Is that what we're
Energy
doing? We got it? We have composed it.
Okay. Do we feel good about this?
Yes.
Do we? I know we were split and
I
Look, I want her back just as anyone else.
do too.
I do.
I know. And I don't want
I
anyone
just
to
didn't
die.
want to waste the opportunity to save possibly thousands of people's lives. That's all.
And I think there's a way to do this with Dahlia as well. So there's a
I
risk.
was not sure that necessarily replacing her with Ashen Mage would do that, which is why I was not on board.
I understand. There's risk no matter what, and even if we, I think as we learned, there will be work to do no matter what, and that is.
And this feels more loving to me.
That is what we've learned from the wardens as well, which is there will always be work to do. There is no genie to just make it all go away.
All right.
But feels like the business of love.
I have an
Business of-
idea. If we all, when we make this wish together, say one thing that Fahima means to us, I think it will help motivate it, so that it comes from a place of love.
Should we say that first?
Lord Arrabann, how do we do this? Like, do we just pour it on the ground? Do we drink it? Do we light it on fire? How does it work?
Just say it.
Ugo picks up the candle that was on the ground. And if it went out, relights it. Okay. This is her. This is her candle. Now it's time for words.
I'll go first. Fahima to me has always represented a fearless desire to protect everyone around her, including the people that she loves, the creatures. And for some reason, there's never any doubt that I see when it comes to that one quality: fearlessness. That's what I love about Fahima.
For most of my life, I've wondered if I could be special to anyone. Being your friend. And being what I've been to Fahima. And feeling how she's looked at me. Even when I'm a demon. The lack of judgment, the curiosity, the love. It's the strongest thing I've ever felt. I cannot let her down.
Fahima's like a sister to me. and I already have a lot of them. But it's a special kind of love that I don't say about most people. But it's a bond you share where you can say things that aren't the things you're actually saying and know what each other mean. And I feel that about Fahima, and I miss her very much already. And also, she makes me braver. And she, as someone who was new to adventuring, was who I really looked up to, because she was also kind of new, but she wasn't scared of anything. And she taught me to not be scared.
Passion. That is what you have taught me, Fahima. That passion is the spark of a soul. That the soul, your soul, is a reflection of the company you keep, and the deeds you choose. You have shown me glory. You have become my heart. I once thought you were the Candle Queen, and now I know that you are the power of the Candle Queen made manifest. So, when I think of you, Fahima, I think of passion. I think of strength. Because when it is the darkest and all hope is lost, it is passion that will light the flame of strength. And it is a strong flame that cuts your enemies the deepest. I bring back this strong flame, this passion, our heart.
Okay, Lily.
Lily will look at Lord Arrabann. We wish Return Dahlia live to hear, combined with Fahima's experiences, abilities, and heart as an adult. Please.
And for a moment, nothing happened. And then you see. Next week, we'll find out.
Oh my
I knew you were gonna do
gosh.
it. I knew you were gonna do it.
Oh my god.
I've never been nervous to read something off my notepad. Don't mess it up, don't mess it up, don't mess it up.
I hope
Beautiful, by the way.
I hope that was as entertaining to watch as it was for me to experience.
I mean, a little behind the curtain, Jeff did say, I think this week might be short, guys. Which, in my head, I'm picturing, like, that this discussion was, like, 3 minutes.
I mean, that could have happened.
Obviously.
but
It could have
didn't.
happened,
Yeah,
yeah.
it could have happened.
Obviously, the thing to do is turn the blue elves into unicorns, and we ride off into the sky.
All in favor? Yay! That's it.
Well, what, shouldn't they be Pega unicorns?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now
Take a
there's
climb.
2 more hours.
Yeah, this
We
group
take it back.
is never going to be 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I also, this is one of those ones that I've said before where I'm like, well, maybe I broke the show. Maybe I'm breaking the show this week. We'll find out. We'll see if we break it. But it's fun.
Every time you say that, it's always been one of our most exciting episodes.
I'm excited to read what folks think of this one tonight. Regardless, I'm so grateful all of you jump in with both feet for all of this, and it is a delight. We have, I think folks may be sensing what I'm about to say, but we have a little announcement. Let me find it here. We got to do our patron thank yous. But first, there's one thing I need to tell you. It's pretty exciting for me. I think it's really exciting for the show as well. So I've been doing a weekly live stream for the fan-controlled football league for a couple years now, and they have just offered me a position covering games for their upcoming season 2.0. Which means that I'm going to be traveling to Atlanta a lot, and it's going to take up a lot of the time that I would usually be spending prepping episodes for this show. Which means I'm not going to be able to do both of those things, so I'm stepping away from the dungeon run. and we are bringing the story of the Heroes of Bingle to a close. You probably felt a little of that this week.
Not tonight.
We could have. Not tonight.
We could have.
Obviously, we are firmly in Act 3 right now. My last episode is going to be Wednesday, March 30th. And my goal, I don't know how we're going to get there at this point, but my goal is to leave things in a satisfying place for all of us who have invested so much in the journey of the story. I am, so grateful for all of that. And that is the goal. That is what we're going to do. And I love these characters. I love this world. And there is always going to be parts of Ein that I want to explore. So hopefully someday down the line, we will all be able to do that together again. But all of us here at the Dungeon Run have long wanted our show, our channel, to be more than just the Heroes of Bingle and feature more than just those of us you see on the stream tonight. The Fortune and Fate campaign that Gabe is running is a great example of that. And that's something that has been in the works long before my situation came up. So if you have not checked it out yet, you absolutely should. There are incredible guests, a rotating cast, a true master dungeon master. We think of the Dungeon Run as a place for lots of different kinds of stories built around the idea that just because an improvised fantasy show doesn't include harsh language or adult situations doesn't mean it can't be thrilling and sophisticated and fun, and sometimes include 2 hours of deliberating over a wish. So the good news is that by visiting and supporting this channel, you're going to continue to get to see even more of that kind of content. And the even better news is...
But wait, there's more.
That right now, the cast is allowing me to make a pretty awesome announcement. One of the next big projects for the Dungeon Run is going to be something that I don't think anybody else is doing. You, dear viewer, dear supporter, are going to get to see a two-headed monster. What does that mean? Well, our own Jared Kajak and Ronald Ogden are going to team up to co-DM an epic campaign. Two god-tier DMs putting their minds together to tell a brand new story, new characters, new adventures, different setting, same commitment to community involvement and quality. This, I will say it till I am blue elf in the face. This is truly the best online community in existence, and I cannot wait to see how you help mold and shape the two-headed monster. Getting to see what Ron and Jarrett come up with together is going to be incredible. And I know that they have already been meeting in secret, coming up with ideas to blow the doors off this thing. And because they will both be DMing, that means that there are spots for new players, new perspectives, new voices in our game. So stay tuned to the socials and the Discord and the Patreon for announcements about that. This is awesome. It's the beginning of a new era for the Dungeon Run, and I think this channel is just getting started. I cannot wait to go along on the ride with all of you. And I know that this brings up a number of questions. Yep. And the team has put together an FAQ on the website to answer as many of them as we can. I think that the URL is thedungeonrun.tv/questions. Is that right?
Yep. And you can also put the command questions in chat, and that'll bring up that URL.
So cool. Okay. So, like I said,
we're very excited for Jeff. This is really great for Jeff.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be awesome for the show as well, you guys. I'm so excited for you guys.
I know it's going to be awesome for the show.
I've never seen anyone attempt the two-headed monster, and I think that it's just like going to be so. I mean, both of you guys are so brilliant and cool together, and have such a rapport now after 3 years of working together.
We surprisingly agree a lot more as dungeon masters than we do as players.
Yes.
It's a good thing Civ and Ugo aren't running the game, because it would be.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. So, like I said, I know that brings up a lot of questions. The FAQ, check it out. Your questions probably already answered. And now it is time to
Can we clarify really quick that we will not be having a Fortune and Fate episode this month?
Right.
It's
Fortune and Fate will be coming back for twice a week in April. and the new campaign, and so we'll be doing, or I'm sorry, twice a month, in April, starting in April for a few months, and we'll also be working on some other content and everything while we prep this new kind of campaign, this big campaign with Ron and Jared, and then it'll all meld together around the summer. But yeah, the idea of Fortune and Fate was always the idea, as some of you had rightfully guessed, that Fortune and Fate was going to be, once a month, but we're very lucky that Gabe is able to give us twice a month starting in April, and we're very excited to keep running that show. But then, in the place of Heroes of Bingle will basically be this new two-headed monster campaign,
So excited.
starting in the
cool.
summer.
And
more
Jared and
dates
I
coming soon. But
Jared
yes.
and I have some plans as well for the Patreon while we are working on that to
Right.
release a couple of videos and make sure that you are all kept in the loop.
Oh yeah, I think that you guys were talking about having like a lot of the curtain pulled back on the creation of the world and all that stuff, right?
Oh yeah, we shot the video already of us creating part of the new world.
What?
You did?
Yes, we did.
What?
Secrets.
That's
We
so
haven't put it up yet or put it out,
exciting.
but we did film the process.
Wow.
Oh my god, I'm so excited. This is gonna be really exciting.
Yes. And then we'll drag back Jeff. We'll drag Jeff back at some point. But yes.
You
yeah.
better watch our show.
Are you kidding? Of course. Oh my gosh. Yeah. All right. So let's. We also have to thank our patrons, our top tier patrons over at patreon.com/thedungeonrun. Those folks get their names read out. The Force of Good, Force of Evil, and Chrono Dragon patrons get their names read out at the end of our show in a cool, goofy way that the that the audience submits. So, Mr. Peter Brown, will you please do the honors and roll the die? We have a Force of Good suggestion submitted by Carlos Hurtado. Carlos, awesome. There's a lot of cool art.
Very nice.
Who do we get?
Lily.
Lily. So
That dice is so weighted.
Oh wait,
for Lily.
wait,
I
is
love
it still Lily?
No,
I thought I was
gonna,
getting.
you're gonna
Civ.
love her. You're gonna love her.
Wasn't
doing
I
this.
getting Civ all the time last week?
It's
Or
okay.
no? You're
It was me, but I didn't do it for a couple weeks because we
Okay.
were like, it's weighted to Lily, so I'm happy to do
Okay.
it.
Katie Michaels. This is from Carlos Hurtado. It says competitors in an 80s aerobic competition show
Nice.
Wow.
who are presenting their
Nice.
new aerobics moves.
Was that a thing?
Oh yeah, there was competitive aerobics in the 80s.
Oh my gosh.
I
It was
wish
a
I could
sport.
hear the music that Heather and Leah are putting up right now.
If you guys have never seen like the worldwide disco champion
Yes.
auditions, it's like the best video ever. I'll send it to everyone afterwards. Okay. All right, everybody, let's get warmed up. I want to see those hands up, 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 up. That's right, Bob Harris. I see you. Okay, so this next move that we're going to be doing is the Sloppy Ghost Bakery. It's not for the faint of heart. Hands behind your head and bring them forward. Get the bakery off your chest. You get the bakery off your chest. Just Jules, I see you in the back. You're hustling, Mama. We love to see it. Okay, and now we're going to Hadrian X. Those arms, Hadrian X them up, Hadrian X them up. I said it,
okay,
up,
alright.
up. I want to see lightning coming out of your fingers, everybody. Hadrian X, and then Wilbro Jr. them down. Wilbro Jr. them down. Very good. Wilbro Jr. them down. And then we're taking them Beaker Par across the chest. Beaker Par, Beaker Par, Beaker Par, Beaker Par. And then we Kojo 225 them away. Kojo 225 them away.
I think it's
Kojo
Sijo.
225 them away.
Sijo.
Sijo, sorry, 225 them away. It's hard to dance and read. I don't care what I'm saying, everybody. I don't care what I'm saying. Quick water break, all right?
Oh man, hey Gary, I love this new only the upper half of the body aerobics class you brought me to.
Yeah, man. Yeah, legs are worthless.
Okay, what everybody doesn't know is this is a seated sweat aerobics class, all right? This is not for the faint of heart. All right, I don't need everybody hydrated. I need no more desert wanderers out there, okay? This is the oasis. Exercise is the oasis. Okay, and we're gonna Hyperboy 66 our hands straight up to the sky. That's right. You got to use your face too, okay? This is a face and hand. You're gonna, yeah, straight up to the sky and then Fenderil across, Fenderil across, Fenderil across. We're Angel Devilson now. Wonderful. I are Moo Cow. My are moo cow. Want to hear you moo, little cows. I are moo cow. Oh, the whole Gold family came in the back. We love it. Thank you for coming. Okay, Seraphy, and then Brava is the other side. Be Brava on the other side. Kitty Scritches, Armando 89.
Armando 89.
Everybody knows that's the word for freeze. Okay, we're coming into our home stretch. Everybody, give it your all. Your past decisions, we're gonna work them off. Punch it out. Your past decisions, punch them. All those late night snacking sessions, you punch them. Because
All
you know
those
what?
late night D&D games where you drink
Yeah.
because it's so emotionally draining.
You punch yourself because you know what? You're making a great
Especially
decision.
ones where they talk
to
2
snack.
hours about wishes.
Okay. LCBN Wolf. LCBN Wolf. Okay, thank you everyone. That's my audition. I look forward to hearing the results.
You're
I
hired.
didn't understand a word of it, but that was great.
Why are
Thank
my
you all for
legs like tiny
participating as
twigs?
producers. I wasn't expecting everyone to actually participate.
This is great. Well, folks, this episode officially has everything. All right. But we do have one more thing for you. The Force of Evil card. Morgan.
I'll go.
Hooray.
I'll go. All right. This was submitted by Dice and Capes. It says simply, DMV employee.
Okay, next on the number is Student of Grimm. Please come forward.
Yes, I go to Grimm University. I'm
Great. Do you have your paperwork? Oh my god, Drama Piranha. Seriously.
which paperwork?
The DMV paperwork. You want your... Okay, you know what? Just go over there, get Form 57B and come back to me, okay? Next!
Excuse me,
Next,
excuse
Corbin
me.
Plague.
Yes, I've
yes.
been waiting for a very long time. I was
All
wondering...
right, come up here, you shiny 8-bit boo, you.
Thank you.
What can I do for you?
Yeah, I applied to become a forest elf, and I wanted to get my license, if I could.
Well, hold on. Let me check the Forest Elf 86
Gotta
form.
get that 86.
86.
You did your job. Well done.
I filled out 85 and 87 and 88, but there was no 86.
Well, we will just make that work for you, won't we?
Thank you.
You, Marcus, gained a level. I feel like I gained a level. Tell me your name's Marcus.
It can be.
Think I'm nuts right now. Are you down to clown?
Oh, yes, definitely. Wait, what does that mean?
Wild man. I'm about to J-rock this DMV application, and we are going back to your place. Let's do this.
Excuse me.
Susan, I need to see you in your office when you're done.
Oh no.
Sorry, sir, you had a question.
Can I still get my forest elf license?
I will bring that with me when I'm done with my manager.
Oh no, she's fired.
She's very fired.
Very fired. They didn't say.
God.
That was excellent. Ladies and gentlemen. All right.
Special thanks to References Needed.
We love your references needed. Thank you.
We love all of our patrons. We appreciate it. You can get your name right on the show by visiting patreon.com/thedungeonrun. All right. That's it for this week. What an episode. Holy moly, I'm spent.
What a week.
Yeah.
Let's
Me too.
see you next week. Until then, humankind.
Beep.
Mwah.
Doing great, Girk.
It started.
As a simple dungeon run. As a simple dungeon run.